Alrighty, it is 7:03. I think we can get started. Welcome. This is the October 28th, 2019 meeting of the Greenwich Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. Let's see, seating of alternates. We have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so Mr. Jander and Mr. Linderoth, you be seated tonight. And Mr. Rossi, feel free to comment. Okay, next up is the review and approval of the draft minutes of September 23rd, 2019. Has everyone received a copy of said minutes? Okay, are there any comments or revisions? No? May I have a motion, please? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you. Okay, next up is the director's report. Director Sesto, please.
Nothing much to report for us. Doreen has interviewed candidates for the intern position and in consultation with Sarah Picaro from the conservation side of the department. They have hired an intern who will be starting
The 6th of November.
Okay.
Right through Laura. Until nearby.
Okay, very good. What is Frankie's background?
He did environmental policy and something else. I don't know off the top of my head, but he's in the field, so.
Okay,
A lot of work with invasive plants and a lot of planting.
okay, very good. All right, thank you. Is there any other business to bring up before we get started tonight? No? No open items? Okay, very good. Well, we will progress then to the public session. First up is under public hearings is application 2019-089, 3 and 7 Hillside Road and 505 East Putnam Avenue, Rocco V. DeAndrea, Inc. for Millbrook Crossing LLC for redevelopment of 16 dwelling units in 3 buildings with driveways, utilities, drainage, and landscaping in and adjacent to wetlands and a water course. Director Sesto, please.
There's been a request to continue this to our November meeting.
Okay, thank you. Being that this is a public hearing, if there's any members of the public that wish to put their comments on record that haven't done so already, you can step forward at this time. Okay. Okay. All right. If you'd state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Arnold Stansell. I am a resident of Millbrook Owners Association, and I appreciate the opportunity to make a comment. I live on 15 Woodside Drive, so that's 3 houses down from the post road. And of course, the project that is being proposed adjacent to the post road, I have a concern about. And the concern is not a new one. I listened to what was said at the last meeting, and there was the general concern about floodwater runoff from the property. And as Millbrook is downstream of the site, I thought I would certainly put my name as not for the project, but against the project. And I think the work that's being done to look at and try to assuage the runoff issue is very well done. I think I speak with some experience. I'm a licensed professional engineer from New York, as well as Connecticut.
Okay.
And I also have a doctorate in engineering from MIT. And I think that the work that's being done is very clear in terms of at least the conclusion, not a conclusion, but it certainly supports my point of view that this project is in the wrong place. And it is not one that I would support. I know that when I was at the meeting last month, the developer said that Millbrook Owners Association supported the project. That was the Owners Association group, the board. But in terms of speaking for all of Millbrook, I, for one, do not support it. And I wanted to register that today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay. Anyone else wish to make a comment for the record on this application? No? Okay, very good. I'll have an opportunity to do that next month when the applicant is here. Next is 2019-093, 47 Fairfield Road, Malone and McBroom for Greenwich Country Day School for development of synthetic athletic field, stadium, accessory buildings, parking, bridge replacement 5 feet from wetlands and over a watercourse. Director Sesto, please.
Thank you. For the agency's information, the computer and the projector are not syncing up, so we're going to have to work a little old school tonight.
Okay.
So the additional information for the record, the plans entitled Athletic Field Renovation, Greenwich Country Day School, have been resubmitted with a revision date of October 15, 2019, and added maps include CS1 through CS5, dated October 15, 2019, LID, Low Impact BMP Design Plan dated July 18, 2019, last revised October 15, 2019, STR-04 Structural Plan Footbridge dated July 19, 2019, TM1 Turning Maneuvers Sightline Plan and Profile called Cardinal Road Sightline Plan and Profile Temporary Access Road, A-400 Building Sections 1 of 5 through 5 of 5. Property Survey, Topographic Survey dated December 12, 2019. Then we have the Engineer of Record Certification dated October 14th, signed by Daniel Krober, P.E. Malone and McBroom. Directly Connected Impervious Area DCIA Certification, Pre-Construction, dated October 14th, 2019. Daniel Krober, P.E., Malone and McBroom. Letter regarding Greenwich Country Day School athletic field improvements dated October 16th, 2019, prepared by Malone and McBroom, signed by Megan Raymond, CFM MS PWS. Supplemental staff report by Patricia Sesto, Director, dated October 28th, 2019. And the points in there are as follows. Since the August meeting, the major renovations have been to increase the separating distance between the southern turf field and the watercourse and reduce the elevation of the field to allow for limited flooding for storms with less than a 25% reoccurrence rate, again, for that southern field. The southern field is the football, lacrosse, soccer field with the stadium, as opposed to the northern field, which is the combination softball, lacrosse. The reach of the floodwaters has been reduced by 100 to 200 feet, depending on the storm. The northern field was previously revised to allow flooding in a 10-year storm and encompasses more of that field than current conditions. The buffer areas to be restored has increased from 0.62 acres to 0.75, providing a potential buffer area of 60 to 70 feet from the watercourse to the retaining wall associated with the southern field. The Cardinal Bridge replacement is now going to be dimensionally in kind, so there'll be no changes to the downstream peak, which had been causing some engineering concerns previously. The increased separating distance of the southern artificial turf field to the watercourse causes in the floodway, just in that vicinity of the watercourse, an increase of 1 to 2 CFS. That will butt up against that 4-foot retaining wall in storms larger than a 25-year storm. The velocity notably drops back to existing conditions as that brook moves through that constrained area by the naturally vegetated knoll and the western slope. Section 10E of the regulations requires applicants to represent alternatives. The applicant was requested to look at alternatives, not just on this parcel, but with in the holdings of GCDS. That was provided, and along with that, a discussion and sketches of why the Stanwich Road property and then the field area further to the west on this property would not work. There's also information regarding to enhance the deficiencies of the natural turf were discussed. MMI indicated the synthetic fields allow for greater use within a condensed area, which allows then the opportunity for that 60 to 70-foot buffer to be developed. If it stays as a natural turf field, then they need more area in order to move activities around and alleviate stress on the grass field. Section 10.2D requires the agency to consider irreversible and irretrievable loss of watercourse resources due to the activity, which is a permanent consumption of nearly 3 acres of land. The revisions have lessened the breadth of impacts by allowing the upper field to flood more naturally and increasing the buffer between the lower field and the watercourse. The plantings do leave a 25 to 40-foot deep area along the western side of the southern artificial turf field, and there's no woody vegetation proposed in that area. So an explanation of the thought process associated with the proposed restorations would be helpful. The applicant provided a discussion regarding the impacts of the stormwater renovation capacity of living soil versus the stone reservoir, which would be devoid of biologic activity. The applicant recognized that the buried soils will not provide the same level of renovation, and also provided more specific information on the existing soil conditions, that being the fill with no mature soil formation and little organic input because of the managed turf condition rather than leaf litter and other organic debris. It does not provide the same richness of a biological community as a natural soil would. Even without the formation and adequate organic inputs, there will be a diminution of biologic renovation of the stormwater. But again, because the field has moved, there will be 60 to 70 feet of naturally, well, previously disturbed, kind of naturally soil that the stormwater will have the potential to move through to the extent it infiltrates below the fields. Traffic needing to reach Cardinal Road beyond the bridge that will be replaced is, there's a footbridge that will be utilized. I previously had requested that a discussion about the ability of that bridge in larger storm events be discussed so that we know at what level storm that bridge is a potential threat and what the proper response would be. The erosion sedimentation control plans, the temporary sediment basin, still looking for information regarding what size storm the basins are equipped to handle. Size, the storms somewhere between 2 and 10 will reach the toe of the berm that is proposed to keep storm waters out during construction. How will the earthen berm be able to withstand the velocities of the temporarily compressed floodplain? What precautions will there be in place to prevent scouring of the berm? How will that opening of the berm at the practice field affect its ability to keep flows out of the area? And what depth and velocity will the silt fence and hay bales become dislodged? What frequency storm does that equate to? And lastly, as previously noted, the original flood plain of the site was filled back in the 60s. And given the experience of the town, contamination from fill from about the same time period, these soils do need to be tested. If contamination is found, the project scope and the handling protocol to protect humans and the adjacent watercourse will be impacted. So that is a necessary element to understand from a wetland and watercourse impact. So that is all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. Does someone from the applicant like to speak?
We back up and running here,
Maybe.
No luck, I was hoping for a miracle, but nothing
or?
yet.
Not happening, okay, good. So we brought it back, so we had a handout, and unfortunately, some of you may have to share.
If we start there and we'll
Okay.
catch up. Thank you.
So I think I have 8 copies, I'm just gonna keep one.
Yeah, we can share.
Okay. Greenwich Country Day School.
All right.
I get it. I get it. Thank you.
Bob or Pat?
And the winners are?
Sorry, I've been visiting my
Thank you.
grandchildren too much. Thank you. Okay.
Is this on? Okay, I think it's on. Can't hear myself, but thank you very much. For the record, my name's Dan Krober, professional engineer licensed in the state of Connecticut. Work with the firm Mylan & Broom. My office is located at 195 Church Street in New Haven, Connecticut. So thank you very much for listening to us again tonight. We've been in front of you now a couple times. This is the second application. Let me first say that it's been, I think, an evolution of the project from when we were first in front of you. And I think as we've worked with staff and worked with the commission, we've kind of come a long way. We hope tonight that you'll find an application that's maybe a little bit more palatable than where we started. So we still do have comments. I believe the DPW director is still reviewing the stormwater components. And as Director Sesto mentioned, there are a couple outstanding items on erosion controls, maybe some plantings that we can look at and we can talk about a little bit tonight that we can add. So I think we do have a little bit more homework. So anticipate that you'll probably look to keep the hearing open so that we could submit those items in the coming month and hopefully be able to wrap up in November. But with that, so I'm going to mostly present from this handout, which was going to be on a PowerPoint slide. But if we start, the first slide is the existing site conditions. Basically, that slide is this site plan here.
Okay.
It's been a little while, so I just want to reacclimate everybody. We have Fairfield Road that comes around the site on this plan. North is over toward the right. We have our athletic field campus located here. There's
Okay.
two.
I'm sorry, let me just interrupt real quick. If there's anyone from the public that wants to see this, they can come up to the front and we can just angle this back. So if no one comes up to the front, you assume that you're not interested. Okay, please continue.
Thank you. So we have, the existing site has 2 baseball fields located here on the south side of the site. You then have Cardinal Road, which is a private road that comes up. There's 3 residential homes that are located here. You have the Greenwich Skating Club located here, and then 2 residential homes off the back of Cardinal Road. Both of these homes are owned by Greenwich Country Day School, which, as I'll talk about, is somewhat of interest to this application. On the east side of the site, you have Greenwich Country Club, which wraps all the way around. You then have their lower fields here, so there's a softball and field hockey field here that's currently natural grass, and you have 2 side-by-side soccer or lacrosse fields that sit, that run together in this location here. I'll actually let Megan speak to the wetlands, and maybe want to go through the wetland communities here. Take it back.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Megan Raymond. I'm a professional wetland scientist and certified floodplain manager with Mylan & Broom. I delineated the wetlands on the property at the Greenwich Country Day School, as well as evaluated and assisted with the site design process in order to ensure no adverse impacts to wetlands as a result of the athletic field renovation. As we are aware, we're looking at the 25-acre property that's accessed off 47 Fairfield Road in Greenwich. Greenwich Creek comprises, or it flows through the site. It's been modified over time and manipulated in its channel configuration as it exists now. It runs through 2 athletic fields in the northern portion of the site, and then essentially comprises the western boundary of the athletic fields for the majority of the property to the south. In total, about 3,000 linear feet of Greenwich Creek runs through the site. Due to the manipulation of the floodplain over time, the wetland delineation central to Greenwich Creek is essentially comprised of the ordinary high water line. There's no abutting or bordering vegetated wetlands for the majority of the length of the creek, with the exception of a small area in the northern portion of the site just north of that northern grass field. In total, about 5 acres of wetland exist on the property, with the primary Greenwich corridor comprising the largest area of wetlands. In addition to the stream proper, there is a confluence of a perennial stream, colloquially known as Reynolds Brook, that comes in from the northwest and discharges to the creek just south of an existing footbridge. There's a footbridge in the northern portion of the site. There's a footbridge that is associated with the catwalk over Fairfield Road in the central portion of the site, and there's a small vehicular access, kind of a Polaris access along the southern property line. In addition to that primary wetland corridor, there are 2 isolated wetlands that exist in the eastern portion of the site. Well, one is actually off-site to the east on the Greenwich Country Club property, and the other exists just west of the terminus of Cardinal Road. This area is a small, about 2,000 square feet wetland depression that receives some stormwater from Cardinal Road, as well as there's a terminus of a field under drain that allows for some stormwater discharge into this long linear feature. The Greenwich Country Club wetland exists just over the stone wall to the east, and it is characterized, there's not a lot of vegetation within the interior of the wetland. The hydrology is quite flashy off-site and essentially just serves to provide some localized flood flow retention and groundwater communication. Similar to this wetland depression, communication with groundwater, some nutrient assimilation through vegetation uptake and so forth. With the primary wetland corridor of Greenwich Creek, the primary function would be essentially flood flow conveyance, localized wildlife habitat in certain areas along the portion of the creek, and we're confined to this quite narrow system for the length. I'm going to turn it back to Dan to describe some of our design considerations as we began to think about implementing a renovation at the property.
Yep, great. Thank you, Megan. So now I'm going to flip back to the presentation document. So I'm going to page number 2 here. They're not numbered, but this was kind of our process as we were brought into the project. Obviously, everybody's aware, and I'm going to have Tim Helstein, who's the athletic director with the school, walk you through the program and what they're trying to achieve here, to give you a sense of what they're trying to achieve. But we did look at, kind of all, as we looked at knowing that we needed to build this field, we went and looked at both the Stanwich campus and also at the GCDS campus. And I'll go through that in a little bit more detail. But I know at the last meeting there was a question about why this project here on this site. So we wanted to speak to that a little bit. So I'm going to have Tim talk about the program, which will kind of give you the why we need to do this, and then I'll come back and talk about why here and why this plan we feel is the most feasible, prudent plan. So Tim.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Tim Helstein. I'm the athletic director at Greenwich Country Day School. Just a few notes of how we run our athletics program at the school. Starting in 6th grade, the middle school, we have interscholastic sports. Every child from 6th through 8th grade is required to play a sport, a team activity during that time. That's their PE requirement. Once you get into the high school, we have a requirement of 2 fitness activities or 2 team activities combined together, and so 90% of our student body right now is playing a team sport. What we project once our high school is completely filled, we're going to have 19 fall teams that participate in the sports that would be immediately impacted on these fields, and 17 spring sports. That's combined between the middle and the high school. Today alone, It was a beautiful sunny day, 61 degrees out, perfect fall day to play a sport. However, we had to close our fields because yesterday there was a rainstorm, and today the fields were still completely soaked, saturated, so we couldn't play any athletics on that. This has happened numerous times at Greenwich Country Day School in these lower fields, where we've had not only has it been something where there's been rain, but the next day, the next 2 days, the next 3 days, we've unfortunately been unable to perform activities on that. And during that time, because these students have to be participating in a sport, what do we have them do? Well, we don't have the space to have them at another location. We can't, although we do have 2 synthetic turf fields over on the Stanwich campus, there's not enough time during their day of athletic activities to bus them over there, so they end up being in a study hall or something along that nature. And so because of that, I have fielded numerous exciting phone calls and conversations with parents of saying, our kids need to be active, and we do. We've talked about this. But unfortunately, we don't have the property to create that happening, even though it's a beautiful, sunny, 61-degree day. So with the amount of sports teams that are going to be close to in and around estimated 20 teams at that point, by increasing this property and creating 2 synthetic turf fields, this is going to allow us to be able to always have opportunity for our students to participate, to play, to gain all the benefits that they have when participating in team sports. The other piece of this is with that many teams, when we have a grass field, the foot traffic alone creates a lot of dangerous areas on the field. I wouldn't call them grass fields come the springtime, to be honest with you. And again, we've fielded several complaints from parents along those lines. It can create sinkholes in the field. It can create a dirt surface, which has created injuries or just unfavorable playing surfaces. And so by allowing us to have those synthetic turf fields, we always have opportunities to have those our students to be playing. Lastly, as we have created this high school, we are part of the FAA, the Fairchester Athletic Association, as well as the NEPSAC League, which is the New England Preparatory Sports Athletic Coaches Association. Those have us be playing all the other independent schools from all over New England. We have long distances. Today we had a game that had to be canceled between Kingswood Oxford, a school in West Hartford. Those distances that these schools have to come down and play us, it's imperative that we have surfaces that we can continue these games. To have to cancel a game during the travel of another school creates a extreme headache. Not only that, but we always have to reschedule these games, which puts our other middle school teams or other high school teams out of playing because we had to take away from their games to be able to perform these high school games that we're required to play. So overall, as you can see, between the importance of safety and foot traffic, the times of most importantly having our students be able to participate in physical activity and gaining all the benefits of that, as well as the league and the opportunities to have our students compete, it's truly imperative that we have this space. We've looked at different spaces at our other campuses, as Mr. Krober will explain in a little bit, and it's not able to happen at that space. The other piece is just a few days ago we had a fun football game over at our campus, and because we have a football field over on the Stanwich campus, we actually had students and parents overflowing onto the football field because of the amount of people that were there to join the camaraderie of the school and cheer us on, causing complaints from the other team as people were getting literally pushed onto their sidelines, onto their bench, because there was not enough space to have a place for our community to come together, to cheer on the team, to cheer on our athletes and what they've accomplished. Thank you so much. I'll happily answer any questions when they come.
Thank you very much, Tim. So as we have that, I think you have a good sense on why the school is looking to do this. So we flip to the next page, which shows the Stanwich School site, which I'm sure most of you know. There have been applications recently on that site. So if you look at this image, it printed a little grainy, but the sites that you could see with the box around them in blue, those are the 2 synthetic turf fields that are on that site now that Tim alluded to. The green boxes that we're showing, the green dash boxes, that's our football field that we're trying to build on this site. So you can see down on the bottom of the page, there's a lot of very sensitive wetlands. I think there's also some conservation easements back there, steep slopes. So it's really not possible to build this complex, certainly out back. If you tried to put it up in that front corner in the top right of the page, again, there's not space available. You'd basically have to reconfigure the entire campus. So I think the Stanwich site is fairly packed in. There's really no land that's not wetland, steep slope, or some other road or building on it. So we kind of can move off of there where we don't see much ability to do anything. When we look up at the next page, the Greenwich Country Day, the current K-8 campus, again, you see the blue areas. So there are 2 grass fields, fields C and D, we're calling them here. Those are used mostly for recess and some of those K through 8 school activities. This would be a difficult location to fit the facility as well. As you see, the stadium field would cross over existing roads. There's a beautiful oak tree, very large oak tree that would have to be taken down. And again, really spatially, this field doesn't really work on that campus. So that brings us down to the lower fields, which currently are the fields. So it's a logical space to take the athletic programming that's there now, find a way to rebuild that so it fits their programming needs. And I think what we'd like to present is, this plan is working within the wetland, outside of the wetland areas. Actually, in a lot of ways, we feel this is actually enhancing the upland to those wetlands and will have a positive impact. There was one question as well at the last meeting about putting the football field over where the baseball fields are. You could hypothetically fit the stadium field there. We would have a couple problems. One, that area floods significantly more than these other fields. Then we'd also have to find 2 spots for 2 baseball fields. And as you've seen, the campuses, there's really no land available. So that brings us to the specific plans we've looked at. So as you flip to the next page, we obviously have all these different things we've considered. How many fields do we need? What are the programs that we're going to fit on them, et cetera. So we've shown you a couple plans that you haven't seen that we produced when Mylona McBroom first was on campus looking at plans. So the one in the top right was from back in August 2018. We were actually planning we talked about a concept where we built 2 side-by-side synthetic turf fields, basically to replace the grass fields that are currently there now. So basically put these fields back, in the footprint of what's there now, to build the softball and field hockey field next to it, and then to put the parking lot up in between the baseball field and those 2 new turf fields. That would have been significantly more impact. We would have had to clear all of the vegetation that's between the two fields now. There's a pretty significant knoll in between the fields that would have had to been taken down. And we would have been building right up to the edge of the existing grass fields, which is essentially the existing edge of wetland. So we moved off of that plan when we thought that was probably a little too aggressive for us to propose. If you look over to the page over to the left, the October 2018 plan, somewhat similar to the plan that we're talking about today, but the parking lot was substantially larger. What that did was it moved the football field closer to the wetland again. So we were able to get more parking kind of concentrated at the field. We had the field house building kind of kitty corner between the fields, but it basically pushed the entire field closer to the wetland. Again, we landed on that wasn't something that this agency would likely be in favor of, so we kept moving. The plan on the bottom is kind of a hybrid. It's very similar to the plan that was presented back, I believe, in March or April of last year, application 2019-37. That plan had a parking area. It had a larger space between the building, kind of a plaza space, and then it had the single field We also had a turf practice field, you'll remember, on that application across the creek. So this plan is somewhat similar, but we feel like as we've continued to move forward, if you flip to the next page, we actually have the rendering that we presented to you at the first meeting back last spring. So this is the rendering that we presented for comparison's sake. That had the synthetic turf practice field on the other side of the creek was being proposed. We had the football field, as close as 20 feet to the edge of the wetland on that plan, a more robust plaza space between the building and the parking lot, and the softball field hockey field was tighter to the creek as well. In addition, we had a parking lot that was significantly larger over next to the baseball field. We were encroaching into the upland review area more than I think this agency was comfortable with. So all of these things to kind of fast forward to the next page, which is a comparison of that 2019-37 plan to the current plan. So this plan kind of highlights those differences I was just mentioning. Here it is. So as we start kind of going from left to right here, so the parking lot next to the baseball field that I spoke of, so the areas that are hatched in red, those are areas where we had previously proposed activities within the upland review area. So the parking lot next to the baseball field, previously we had the parking lot within 12 feet of the wetland. We've now pulled that parking lot so it's 112 feet away from the wetland, so it's not even in the upland review area. We've reduced almost 11,000 square feet of upland review impact in that location. As you go to the right, next to that pocket wetland, we've eliminated some additional parking stalls. There were, I believe, 4 or 5 parking stalls that we eliminated. That pulled the disturbance, which was about 18 feet away from that wetland, about 44 feet away from the wetland, and reduced about 1,000 square feet of activities. If we go up on the page to where we pulled the football field away from the creek, previously that area in red was as close as 12 feet at its closest point. We're now 53 feet or 55 feet at its very closest point, but for the most part, we're 60 to 65 feet away from the creek. We've restored 17,000 square feet of activity, which if you can make out in this sketch, you can see in the background, you can actually see the existing fence line that's up against the wetland. So all of that area we're going to talk about in the restoration plan, all of that area now is grass field up to the wetland. We're proposing a significant revegetation of the riparian buffer. Megan's going to talk about that and the benefits we think that'll have on the wetland. In addition, as we go over to the field hockey field, we pulled the field hockey field, we shifted that, we removed the building that was between the two fields. We moved that to the other side of the creek where we don't think it's as close of a disturbance. We've moved that field, which previously was as close as 9 feet to 23 feet away, and also restored another 11,000 or so square feet of area that's currently grass field will be restored and vegetated. So all that to be said, we think that we've gone through a very significant alternatives approach, starting at the very high level of where should we fit this program, down to these various iterations of the plan that we feel like we're now at a point where we've retreated from the upland review area, from the wetland as much as possible, and we actually think that we're proposing buffers that actually will enhance the riparian buffer and ultimately the creek attached to it. Yep. Yep. The green, okay, you're looking at the proposed plan? Yeah, sorry. So that's the practice field. It's a grass practice field. It's going to remain a grass practice field. Yes. Yep. Yeah, and that building, that orange building on the right side there, that's where we're going to locate. There's actually an existing storage shed over there right now. It's kind of a tent we're going to basically put a storage building on a slab there. So very, very limited activity where there's already those storage kind of shed. It'll be a little bit more permanent than what's there now. You can see that on the plan on the left, on that comparison plan. You can see where that building goes. So I'm going to pull up the proposed plan, which this is the same plan that you were just looking at. So as we come into Cardinal Road, the plan is to rebuild Cardinal Road, to which the engineering department asked that we rebuild this road to town standards. So the road will be built 24 feet wide. It'll have a sidewalk installed along the side of it, which we feel will be beneficial for pedestrians walking down the road. The parking lot in this location here will be rebuilt. As Megan talks about, we're actually pulling this parking lot away from the creek in all locations and vegetating the area between the parking lot and the creek. This parking lot will be constructed using porous asphalt as a low impact development BMP. There will be a point where the bridge is being replaced. So one thing that Director Sesto mentioned, is we've changed the geometry of the bridge from our previous application. We were letting a little bit more, we were increasing the geometry of the bridge, making it a little bit wider. As we looked back at it, it really wasn't solving any issues for the GCDS site, and really wasn't doing anything but letting more water through the bridge, which was causing the base flood elevations just immediately downstream. They returned to normal very quickly, but in this area here, they were rising, which would have created a little bit of a FEMA quandary that we would have had to go through. So the application now, the revised plans, the bridge would be rebuilt in kind, same geometry as is there now. So that's a change since you last saw the plans. As you come in, again, we continue to build the road to 24 feet wide. We moved so this application, this set of plans, we actually made this plaza space about 15 feet narrower than it was even last time we talked with the commission. We also moved, we had a pinch point here where the building would have hit the turnaround here. So we've moved that turnaround a little bit further so that we could shift this entire complex 15 feet further away from the creek. So that's allowed for even further restoration of this riparian area here. This is this field house building here. There is some plaza space between the two fields, the football field, soccer field, lacrosse field. This is kind of a multi-purpose venue. The restoration planting that I talked about. The existing footbridge here is going to remain, and the grass field here will also remain. And we'll build that small building over here. It is not proposed. It's proposed right now to be. There are portions in here, these little bands, where we will actually have porous pavers. This area here, as it's currently planned, would be a concrete surface. We then have the field hockey and softball overlay. Since the previous application, this whole thing was pulled. This area in between, if we were to compare, this is actually the previous application. You could see that this area was actually much wider, a little bit more generous. By making that narrower, it allowed us to pull this entire field further this way, get off of this pinch point here, and get off this pinch point in this corner. In addition, on the previous application, we had a wall along this area. So the second part of this is looking at the grading. So talking about the floodplain, we know, and I'll flip to, I'm going to flip a couple pages on you here. So if you flip to these graphics that look like this, a couple pages deeper. So there's one entitled Floodplain Comparison 2-Year. We could start there. So there is a documented FEMA floodplain and floodway in the area of the baseball field, of the Cardinal Road Bridge, and then downstream. That FEMA floodplain stops Right between where the baseball field goes to the football field, there's a knob here. That floodplain stops right about there. What this first plan shows is that the creek essentially maintains all the flow that comes from upstream. The red line depicts the existing location for a 2-year storm where the creek flows. So what you'll see is that for the most part, except for where the softball field is, water stays within the creek for a 2-year storm event under existing conditions. And then through the football field area, it stays completely within the creek. After we finish the project, there is a very minor amount of fill over in the corner of the field hockey field. So that orange line is where the 2-year water surface elevation will be after we're done with that minor amount of fill. If we go to the next page, that's the 25-year storm event. So we could see again that the 25-year storm comes up through the kind of diagonally through the football field. So this site starts to get inundated by water, after the 2-year and the 10 and 25-year events. So water comes up diagonally through the football field under existing conditions. We are raising the corner of the football field to keep the football field dry up to the 20-year event. But what we're also doing is we're cutting the softball and field hockey field to allow that field to flood in a 10-year and a 25-year storm event. We're lowering it. So there's essentially an offset in the floodplain cutting and filling in this area here. So we're trying to keep the football field dry for a 25-year storm, and the turf that we're using for the field hockey field, we're okay with that flooding on a more frequent basis. And then as we flip, yeah, go ahead. Yep. 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 It's I would say it's probably 6 feet to 8 feet higher. So that actually you'll see on the 100-year plan that area actually doesn't flood at all for the 100-year as well. Yep. So it's up much higher than the football field. So as we go to the 100-year plan, we start to see what happens during those 100-year flows, where a lot of this site is underwater during a 100-year event. And again, we're kind of balancing where we're keeping, certainly we don't want the building to flood, so the building is up a little bit higher. There'd be a ramp down from the building. We don't want water in the building. But the football field will be allowed to flood. But again, you could see where the orange cuts out in the softball field area, where actually we have some compensation in that area. So again, they're kind of an offset. So CDM Smith performed a third-party review for the town on behalf of this agency. At first, there were some concerns because we actually had a rise in the base flood elevation because of some of the fill we were proposing over 1 foot, which is kind of the town standard for a non-FEMA floodplain. We're happy to report that we spent quite a bit of time remodeling and relooking at the floodplain models to look at water surface elevation impacts as well as velocity impacts in the creek. And I did see a report today from CDM that came in, and we had a conversation last week that they felt like our revised floodplain model was acceptable, and they think it fits within the town's kind of standards for that. If I'm speaking Director Sesto for CDM's report. So we felt good about that. So we feel like we've addressed the kind of floodplain concerns from previous meetings. I'm going to flip backwards quickly before I hand this back over to Megan and just talk quickly about the stormwater plan. So if you go back to the black and white plans that are called stormwater management design. So the new porous parking lots, so the page on the left there, our sheet UT1 out of our plan set, site plan utilities. We're doing several things on this plan that we think will be beneficial to discharge of water from the site. Right now, Cardinal Road, for one, basically just drains with no BMPs in line. There are a couple catch basins that discharge water to the creek. We're planning on putting a hydrodynamic separator in on the last catch basin prior to discharge. So that's treating all of Cardinal Road, where right now there is no treatment of stormwater from Cardinal Road. In addition, the pocket wetland that we talked about next to Cardinal Road right now just kind of free flows during small rainstorms, is a major icing concern during the winter months. Water just kind of finds its way out of the wetland and flows out. We're planning to control that water with an outlet control structure that'll be installed to convey that water in a more safe manner. That'll go down through the hydrodynamic separator. And then also we're handling the drainage from the porous asphalt parking lot. We have a center kind of bio-retention area down the center island where water will first be treated. It'll be picked up in a drainage system and then again conveyed to our system that has the hydrodynamic separator. As we go to UT2 on the page on the right, all of the stormwater on this site is essentially being treated through a couple systems where we've done quite an extensive amount of soil testing. We found some pockets of soil that actually drain quite well, that don't have shallow restrictive layers. So we're putting a below ground system underneath the football field where we'll direct the building, the parking lot, a chunk of the road. That will all get collected. It'll go through a hydrodynamic separator prior to discharging to that below ground system. We think that we're going to have quite a bit of infiltration of that water back into the ground. And then any overflows will overtop and flow out to discharge to the creek. So we have quite a bit of additional water quality benefits and then detention and retention benefits as part of that system. And the field subgrade will be graded such that everything grades back to that below ground system. So everything will grade to it. So really nothing from the field area will grade toward the creek whatsoever. All of it grades down towards that system. Similar setup on the softball and field hockey field, a below ground system that our subgrade of our field pitches down to that system. There's a collector drain system that drains to that system that picks up all the water from around the field. And then that, again, will overflow and discharge to a new kind of controlled discharge point. And then the only other drainage to talk about is on the other side of the creek. While we're not planning to install synthetic turf on the practice field, we are planning to install an underdrain at the Toa slope and then pick up that water and discharge it to the creek. Right now there's a fairly large watershed that comes off the slope and makes that field pretty unplayable during rain events. We think that this underdrain and collecting that water will do a good job drying that field out to the best of its ability. And then last, I don't know if I need to go through it unless you'd like me to, but we feel like we've designed an erosion control plan in accordance with the Connecticut guidelines, in accordance with Greenwich's guidelines, which includes kind of a belt and suspenders approach on erosion control. I think that's the most important part. Go ahead. Yep.
Sorry, the underdraining of the practice field.
Yep.
What will that do if you're capturing the water before it flows across that field and then into the wetland buffer on the other side? What is that going to do to the hydrologic regimen of the buffer on the west side
On the west side
of the stream?
Yeah, so there still is a watershed that leads to that. I think the creek, and Megan can speak to this for sure, but the actual creek is really supported by hydrology from a large watershed upstream. So by diverting this watershed from the slope, we think that there will be a de minimis impact on the overall hydrology to the creek.
I'm talking more about the buffer on the edge of the creek.
The buffer, yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
because you're, no, I'm talking about the
you're
buffer
talking
on
about
this side.
this here?
On the other side of the creek, right.
Yeah.
So if you're intercepting the water and then funneling it off to the side,
Yep.
what becomes of that buffer
Yeah,
there?
and
Is there an
maybe-
impact?
Maybe you could speak to that in your.
Sure.
We'll be happy to
Okay,
address that.
thank
Yep.
you.
And sorry, I'm trying to go quick. I know you guys have a large agenda here. So the next slide is our sediment erosion control plans. Happy to go through it if you want to. I know Director Sesto had a specific question on the berm and what size event the berm would be able to handle and how that would work if there's large velocities coming down the creek. I'm going to punt on that one and get back to you at the next meeting if I could.
Okay.
I'll make sure to submit something in writing that everybody can review in advance. I have my homework there. But with that, if you have no other questions on these plans, I'd like to hand it over to Megan. She's going to go point by point through the actual regulated activities.
I have a question. On the floodplain comparisons, say the 25-year floodplain, and then kind of, I'll just say sacrificing. I'm sure that's not what you meant. I mean, but the softball field floods kind of to protect the football field. Depending on the fill, you know, that's artificial turf being proposed there, right? So depending on the fill that's there, what's going to happen if it's completely inundated with floodwater and then when the floodwaters recede?
Yep. Great question, and I kind of glossed over that. So the reason that we're okay with the softball field flooding more frequently than the football field is we're proposing, and I should say softball field, hockey field. That field surface will not be infilled with anything. It'll be more like the old AstroTurf as you know it. You know, it's a short pile height. Basically, it's glued to a base, and it has no infill. So because it's glued down, we're not worried about it picking up if it happens to flood, and we're also not worried about, you know, the infill in it migrating in any significant way. So that's why we feel comfortable kind of, you know, your word sacrificing is maybe right. But that's kind of the point. The benefit is it just happened to work that field hockey, which is one of the primary sports on this, absolutely prefers that surface to an infilled synthetic turf surface. So it actually worked out very well for us, because if a premier field hockey program could say, what kind of synthetic turf do we want? They would point to that and say, we want that. So it actually works really well for the program here, and it achieves that goal. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So they will not be used. So there's a bunch of different infills in the marketplace now. This field will not use rubber products. Greenwich Country Day does not plan to use that product. There are a host of other materials that can be used. On the other sites that they have what's called coated sand. It's a very dense. It's actually denser than water. So if they use that product, I don't anticipate that anything is gonna flood, is gonna migrate through that. There are other. It's coated with essentially a paint. So that's a product that could be used. There are also organic products that are made up of, you know, coconut husks and rice husks and cork. But we all know cork is very light. Cork can float. I don't think it's a great application for that product. There's other products out there. There's a new product that we're talking about potentially using called Brockville. It's actually a wood fiber that's specifically designed for use in synthetic turf fields. That the future of synthetic turf fields, people think this might be it. There have been some case studies that product has performed very well in flooding environments. There's a field that they put in Washington, D.C. that flooded, and they had no migration. So we're kind of looking at some alternates. It will not be rubber. It probably won't be that very light organic. But we don't think, you know, and hopefully we don't have one of these 100-year storms. Of course, we have to kind of plan for it. One benefit is we do have a fairly substantial buffer. So if something, you know, if the field does flow out, we have a large buffer that's going to be highly vegetated that we hope could filter anything that comes out. The field also is pitched, so as the field floods, as it recedes, that water would likely kind of pick up in the direction of flow that the water is receding in. That would be kind of how the water would pull the infill. The way that the field is graded, it's actually back pitched. The subgrade is back pitched. So I kind of see that water pulling away from the wetland and hopefully not pulling it into the creek. So we've taken some precautions to try to avoid such an event. Any other questions? Okay.
Thanks, Dan. Great. Thank you. Good evening again. For the record, I'll be relatively brief. We described in the beginning of the presentation about the 2 on-site wetlands and 1 off-site wetland on the property that impose an upland review area onto the site. In total, upland review area consists of about 16 acres of the 25-acre site. So what we've done in laying out the proposed improvements in concert with the desires and the need for the school's intent of an athletic field renovation is we've really tried to minimize the amount of activity within the upland review, and we have come quite a long way with your input from where we were back in April. At that time, in total, the site activities that were proposed accounted for 4.99 acres of upland review area activity. What we're looking at currently is about 3¼ acres of upland review area activity on this property. 0.41 acres of that is new disturbance in existing wooded areas, and it's primarily around those areas are focused on the wetland depression on the eastern portion of the site with the expansion of the parking lot in that location. That's the primary area of upland review area activity in a woodland environment, but we have a concurrent restoration of 3/4 of an acre of the riparian area along Greenwich Creek, which I'll speak of in a minute. As we walk through our plan, we have the overall regulated activities plan in your packet, and we can just begin. There are 5 primary regulated activities, beginning in the southern portion of the site with the replacement of the Greenwich Creek Bridge. As Dan described, it's an in situ replacement, so it'll essentially be cutting off the top of the concrete deck, installing a cofferdam, working on one existing abutment and then the other, and then installing a pre-cast 3-sided box culvert in place with the existing geometry of that span area now. In total, that work accounts for 3,900 square feet of activity within your upland review. Wetland disturbance is not considered to be, is not proposed in terms of a permanent fashion. Of course, we're working within the creek, so temporary activities will take place. Looking to upland review area or regulated activity number 2, this is the parking lot. The expansion of that existing 0.22 acre parking lot that's access to the west, just off Cardinal Road across from the skate club. We're looking to move that existing impervious. We're actually we're taking out all of the existing impervious and putting in a pervious pavement, as well as shifting the location of the parking lot away from the creek and installing some plantings between the edge of the pavement and the existing wetland boundary. That work accounts for about 12,000 square feet of upland review area disturbance. There's no new disturbance within that area. All of that work will take place within the existing parking lot or manicured lawn that exists adjacent to the baseball field in the southern portion of the site. Upland review area activity 3. This is the work that is centered around the 2 wetland pockets, the one on-site wetland, the long linear 2,000 square foot depression that exists west of Cardinal Road, at the terminus of Cardinal Road, as well as that wetland depression that's on the Greenwich Country Club site. In this location, we are going to be extending the length of the road in order to account for the roundabout, as well as some parking, about 40 spaces of parking. And the actual stadium building is outside the upland review area. Only a little bit of the southern portion of the building is within it, but essentially all of the work within the upland review area here, which is a little bit over an acre, 46,000 square feet of a upland review area, will take place with the extension of the Cardinal Road and installation of parking in a corner of the proposed football field. Of that, about 1 acre of disturbance, 46,000 square feet, we are looking at a new, there is some existing woodland disturbance, 13,900 square feet, again, adjacent to the woodland depression to the north, as well as along the eastern property line in that area. Moving now to the north, we have our primary activity, the meat of the project as it relates to the installation of these synthetic turf fields. In total work in this location, regulated activity 4, 66,500 square feet of activity, of which 6,400, about 10% of it, 6,450 square feet is new disturbance, and that is centered along there's a little bit of encroachment to the woodland to the south at the southern extent of the proposed stadium field, as well as to the north where there's a little bit of a wood line, some tall, mature, kind of spindly pines there that we are going to be just bumping into a bit just to accommodate the rollout of the field. But while we're doing that, we're able to really confine this area of activity along this eastern property boundary. And as we talked about just briefly, or as Ms. Sesto mentioned in her staff report, what we're able to do, I mean, right now, this site, this 25-acre site, 9.8 acres of this is manicured lawn or playing surfaces here. What we're able to do in repurposing the northern extent of the fields and utilizing synthetic turf in lieu of manicured lawn is we're able to efficiently use a lot of this land surface and allow for an increased riparian buffer. What we have on the site in terms of an ecological condition along the creek, as we spoke of in terms of the fill material, the south of the existing footbridge, there is a narrow woodland edge, but it's quite narrow, and it's sort of compromised by there's a lot of cloaking vines and things along a very narrow woodland edge. South of the footbridge. As we move to the north of the footbridge, the 425 linear feet north of the footbridge, adjacent to the proposed field hockey field, this area is devoid completely of any woody vegetation. The vegetative palette in this area on both sides of the creek, 425 linear feet, is comprised solely of a monoculture of non-native vegetation. It's a porcelain berry and Japanese knotweed thicket. That is actually incredibly robust. I mean, you can't even get an edge, you can't even get a view of the creek from either side of the fields, either the practice field or the northern field, with the exception of being on the footbridge and looking north. You wouldn't even know there was a creek there. What we're able to do with the use of the synthetic turf is we're peeling back these activities, siting them in a position that's easterly, and allowing for a reforestation, and we truly are trying to reforest this riparian buffer. It's a bit wider to the south of the footbridge, approximately 60 to some areas 70 feet, a minimum of 53 at the little bump out in the central portion of the stadium field. As we move to the north, it narrows to an average about 25 feet wide, but again, this is going to be a variety of native shrubs and trees in lieu of manicured lawn, and we're really excited to have this as a component of the project. And as Dan spoke of earlier, what we're able to do is really improve the condition of the riparian buffer. That would not be possible absent the use of synthetic turf. There was a comment about the western bank of the stream as it relates to revegetation. We described our eradication protocol for these non-native species, which is going to be quite an undertaking that the school is committing to. As we know, eradication of non-native species can be challenging, but essentially what you need to do is you need to keep at it. It's really a maintenance project. Once the plan is in place, the school is committed to it, and we have proposed revegetating the banks of the stream with live, we're going to use live stakes, willow stakes and elderberry, and we have a specific spacing protocol within the restoration report. We will further our enhancement by installing a row of woody veg at the top of the bank. But what we really wanted to do, there's so much biomass in that northern 425 linear feet with the porcelain berry and the knotweed. We're really not sure what we're going to see when we start to get some of these things out. So the school is committed to restoring the riparian area, improving the condition as it relates to the creek. We are amenable to imposing or implementing an additional planting area, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of the intent without really seeing what we're getting, just what we're going to see as it relates to the creek. However, that will be augmented. In terms of an additional row of plantings along the western bank. in addition to the woody stakes that we proposed in the report. Our final activity area is regulated activity 5, and that is essentially comprised of, it's about 2,000 square feet of drainage improvements on the practice field. Essentially what this field is there was a carve out essentially of a drumlin to create this field over time. As Dan mentioned, that practice field lays out about 8 feet higher than the field directly across the stream to the east. There's a lot of weepage from the toe of that forested woodland that extends up north to Fairfield Road and the campus up top. So what we're looking to do is really just pick up that drainage and collect it and discharge it back to the stream in a really a more organized fashion. I think as your point as it relates to the hydrology of the stream, this area, there's a slight gradient. Overall, the site is very, very flat. There's a total of about 7 feet of difference topographically between the northern extent of the property where we're working and then Cardinal Road. So we're at a relatively flat area. I don't look at what we're doing in terms of drainage improvement here to be a categorical impairment to the hydrology as it relates to the creek. This creek is driven by surface flow of the 8-acre watershed of Greenwich Creek. This minor kind of cosmetic improvement to relate to localized drainage, we're collecting it, piping it back to where it is intended to go, and given there's no sustaining bordering vegetative wetland that drainage then fosters or any relationship between the two. So I don't look at that as an overall impact, and I think, it's an existing field now, and so we want to maintain it in its condition, and I think these minor drainage improvements will allow that use. Sure. It's both sides. So the eradication, the non-native vegetation was always both sides. It's just that we didn't have, we're not pulling, at the top, as you look at if you look at the practice field and how it lays up to the non-native vegetation, we're not able to pull, we're not carving more into that woodland to the west. You're not doing any more grading in that area. So we're not repositioning things in a further position away from the creek, such as we are with the field hockey field and the area to the south. So that was the comment about the planting. We're not fostering a full riparian area as it relates to, or as as it is to the east and then south, adjacent to the stadium field. However, we are fully committed to the non-native eradication, and as I just mentioned, we are furthering that, and then the live stakes was always a part of that, and now we're going to further with at least a row of woody plants along the top of the bank. At this point, I think this is concludes our presentation, and we're pleased to answer any questions that you have, and thank you so much for your consideration of the application. It's been a really collaborative process with your staff, and we're thankful for your input through the way.
Megan, with regards to the restoration of the east and west banks and the intent to revegetate with stakes and the like, is that articulated in the application material already?
It's articulated, yes, in the narrative. There's a protocol in the impact assessment, and there's a description of that in that section. In terms of the 5.4 proposed mitigation on page 21, it essentially lays out the protocol, and as we talked about before, we're looking to allow, with your oversight, some degree of adaptive management out here, because we are going to be using all the tools in the toolbox to address this challenge. And we don't want to just broadcast spray herbicide. We want to use that to a minimum, so we want to get ahead of the biomass by pulling it out, seeing what's left, spot apply. We're not going to be able to get rid of everything without the use of some spot application of herbicide, but it's going to be used judiciously and in a necessary manner. We also proposed some solarization. There's a pretty significant patch of knotweed on the just north of the footbridge on the west side of the bank, so we're going to try to use some plastic sheeting there. We've had some success with that in the past.
That's actually at an area that's a little bit, because it's up high, a little bit higher than the field to the east. We're not in a flood-prone position, and so we think that solarization might work for it. We'd like to give it a try for a growing season. But I think, you know, we have a kind of sequence of how we think things are gonna go, and, I think
Yeah, I
we're gonna be
recall
working-
reading that part about the toolbox of things
Yes.
to get rid of the invasives, but with regards to revegetating, assessing what's left that's worthwhile, and then what the intent is to replant. That part, I don't recall, you know,
There-
what was the density, expectation, and,
Right, and
Is that in there?
there's one small, so in phase 3, establishing native vegetation,
Uh-huh.
we described that, we're going to be utilizing these live stakes of black willow and elderberry, establishing 2 rows, approximately 6 feet on center,
okay,
and then a native grass seed mix.
thank you.
And then but then we're gonna further augment that with a row of woody planting along the top of the bank. And that's, you know, that's hot off the press.
Thank you.
Other agency questions at this time? I have heard it, please.
How long have these fields been in existence, these playing fields?
These, would you like to answer that? The
These
fields.
grass fields that are.
Yeah, the grass fields.
Yeah, I mean, I think for 20, 30, at least
Long.
70,
Well,
60.
these 60s, I
Yeah.
believe, yeah.
So over 50 years.
Yeah.
And I was wondering whether instead of such an ambitious plan to achieve some of the objectives that you have, instead of putting artificial turf on the 2 fields, what about only doing it on 1? Because given that you've been living with this for over 50 years, I think that just 1 field judiciously scheduled may have a very significant impact towards the objectives that you're trying to achieve.
That's a wonderful question. I think the result of that would be several things. First off, with doing this plan, one of the most difficult pieces is we had to decide to eliminate one of the fields that we normally have here. The reason for that is because we need a surface that is NCAA dimensions for the league that we play in. If we remove one of the turf surfaces, that actually causes us to have not only one less field, but one field that is still in the same state of what we've been using, which is unusable. Right now, like I said today, we weren't able to have games on a beautiful sunny fall day. The other piece is the field hockey field over on is that the east side? The field hockey field actually has to be turf. There's a rule, and some of our leagues, some of the teams we play in New York State, all field hockey must be played on an artificial turf surface now because it causes such a large discrepancy between playing surfaces. I know you know home field advantage. It takes that to a whole new level, basically. So field hockey must be played on an artificial turf. So we would have to leave that turf, and then that would cause our main field to be an unplayable surface during wet seasons, wet days, things like that. And it'd also take away a whole field that we'd normally be using. So as much as I love the thought, I feel that both of them would have to be artificial turf in order to receive the advantage of it.
Follow up.
Sure.
But have you considered, because I didn't see in the alternatives consideration of just 1 field with artificial turf. Maybe if you spend a little time thinking about this, you may arrive at a solution that allows you to provide this hockey field with the right surface and not cover so much of this property with impermeable surfaces.
So we have looked into that. One of the things is in order to create a grass field that is able to sustain the elements as well as the foot traffic that we'd have on it, you would have to, we've looked at this, tear up the field, create enormous amounts of pesticides and things like that to create a surface that is always able to be played on grass. And we're not able to do that given that we have an elementary school as well as a high school with the age of our students. That the guidance is only for 9th through 12th grade to be able to use that.
Yeah, and I think the applicable alternate for us to talk about is if we were to build, so a synthetic turf field, because the amount of usage that you can get out of a synthetic turf field is really like having 2 or 3 fields. A natural grass field you really shouldn't use for more than 15 to 20 hours a week. If you do, you start to get the conditions that Tim talked about that they're seeing on their field. The field becomes muddy, the field has potholes in it, etc. So if we're to keep natural grass, what we would have to do is keep those 2 fields as natural grass. And now we're going to have an area where we're not able to expand the riparian buffer against the football field. We wouldn't have what we consider a pretty substantial positive impact on the creek in this area here. So what we'd probably have to do, as Tim said, this would have to stay synthetic turf, and this would probably stay grass, but this would be 2 grass fields. It would, basically remain, and we'd still have a grass field up to the edge of the wetland, which we really do feel, and Megan talked about, by pulling this field away, by being able to kind of economize the amount of usage that we get on this one surface, we're able to, rebuffer this entire area. So when we're weighing those 2 things, from a wetlands perspective, we actually think that this is a better plan for the creek if we're able to restore this 60 feet of buffer here and not have a grass field in that area. So we think that this is, in a lot of ways, I understand your question, but we feel like this is actually providing a benefit in those ways, that we can pull away and replant kind of a forested canopy across the creek in that area.
I guess just as a follow-up to Mr. Rossi's question, if, say, under that scenario where you did have the 2 fields where the football field is now, if those were rotated 90 degrees and set side by side, would they fit?
We actually looked at that too. So there's a couple things.
I mean, you'd lose your parking, obviously. And
You'd lose your parking, and that's one of the scenarios where we had parking up
Right.
here. So now we'd be taking down this entire knoll, which, again, it would be more disturbance. We'd be taking that parking, putting it here. We'd be trying to find some way to get, the building somewhere on the site. So we did look at it. I think the field is actually longer in this dimension. If we were to put this on here, it gets quite tight to make that fit. So we did. We looked at this always, but also from a solar orientation perspective, fields want to be north-south. So you'll see that we have this field directly north-south. So going in this direction, solar orientation would be the opposite of what we'd want to have. So this is kind of the ideal orientation for a field from a sun glare standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think necessarily it's an issue here, but could you talk about the thermal impacts of putting in turf opposed to natural grass?
Sure. Yeah. So in this case, actually, all of the water that comes through the field, you're saying thermal on water on
I think
water.
doesn't artificial
Thermal.
turf get much warmer than natural grass or natural turf?
I thought you were talking about the water. So let's talk about 2 things.
But
Water-
yes, on the that's
the
ultimately
water
what we're interested
from a
in.
wetlands perspective,
Yes.
right? So synthetic turf fields, the surface certainly gets warmer than grass. There's no doubt about that. It's probably 20 to 30 degrees warmer. So on a hot day, synthetic turf fields get very warm. One thing that is great about this plan is that all of the water is actually, so when I said the subgrade, so basically we're going to have this retention system in the middle. The grade, there's a highly permeable stone below the field, so water will hit the stone. It doesn't actually get retained in the blades of turf. It goes straight through the turf. It goes down through that stone, and then the subgrade is going to be pitched such that it goes into this underground. It sits in this underground, and we actually have almost no discharge from the field until we get to a 20-year storm, 25-year storm. I think there's 1 CFS coming out of the field. So almost the entirety of the field for the 2, 5, 10-year storm are fully infiltrated into the ground with no discharge whatsoever. So from that perspective, I could safely say there's going to be no impact because there's going to be no direct discharge. Everything will basically go through the ground, and the same can be said for this field.
Thanks. I guess the last comment, and this is a brief one, seeing that thank you for presenting it, well thought out on your end. There's a lot of activity. I think having a robust buffer on both sides of and this is probably not an issue as I've heard from the wetland scientist, but really showing us that effort to restore both sides of the creek would be great, especially by the practice field in particular.
Okay, thank you.
Megan, the planting plan, as I noted in the staff report, there's 20 to 30 feet that the planting comes up short of the field. Can you explain why, moving eastward, what was your thinking of not extending the plantings further? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that could be filled in. There is a certain benefit to not having leaves falling on the field. There's vegetation all around it, so adding some more plantings, and that's something that the agency thinks would be beneficial. I think that's something we could look at.
And it's,
Certainly another row or
Another
two.
row there, sure.
yeah, with so much weighing on because of this, we get to really do a good job of restoring the buffer.
Yeah.
I feel like we should be maximizing that
Sure.
opportunity.
Yeah,
I'm
I'd
sorry,
agree with
but
that.
if you do that, where does the visiting team rooters stand?
What was that, the visiting team? So that's this bump out right here. So there is a bleacher area reserved. There's a walkway that comes along the side of the field. And then there's a visiting bleacher area here.
So it sounds like you're talking about putting more plantings in an area where you're going to get a fair amount of foot traffic when you have a large team coming, or like when Brunswick
Yeah.
comes. You're going to get a lot of people.
You would get, yeah, and mostly they kind of mill around the side of the field. So I think we have a 6-foot walkway. So there's a designated area that we've kind of built in where, folks can walk around. We also have a fairly, while this got skinnied up, there is an area here where folks can gather, and then the bleacher, we think is probably, large enough, that space is large enough to have a visiting team.
And
Okay,
there's a
thank you.
retaining wall that runs along the west side of the field?
Not anymore.
Not anymore, it's just
No.
slope?
No retaining wall, yeah, this area actually kind of softly slopes now.
Okay.
And we're not filling it very high either. Yeah, there's no retaining wall really anywhere. There is a retaining wall here on the backside because we kept the field down. There's a wall, so the field's actually going to be depressed, which would be kind of interesting and unique. There'd be a terraced seating area down the third base line of the softball field.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for your
questions. Okay. No? Any public questions or comments on this application? Okay. Thank you. We will see you next month.
appreciate it.
Okay. Next up, we have 2019-098, 26 Cary Road, Soundview Engineers and Land Surveyors, LLC, for Jeanette Ogilvy for redevelopment of a dwelling 35 feet from Mayanis Pond. What's that? Oh, yes. And we will be, we do have a court reporter that's going to be recording and transcribing the following two applications. So if anyone comes up to speak, please clearly state your name for the record. Ms. Sesto, please.
If we can start by the members who have visited the site, just say their names and stuff. This is
Okay.
26 Cary Road, it was our last, the inspection from November, September.
Okay. Anyone here?
I think you were there.
Yes.
See, this is why I'm asking you to identify yourself, so like you guys already have it better than me.
Right.
Not done.
Jay was
And,
there.
and I
Well, if
visited
Jay
the
was there, I
property,
was there.
and I visited the
Thank you.
property separately.
So Jay,
visited the
Brian,
property.
and Elliot were at the site, thank you. Okay, so list of documents, we have a completed application with supporting documentation signed by applicant agent Robert Smarlack, PE Soundview.
Thank you, Pat. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, agency members. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. As Director Sesto indicated, this is a reconstruction and a substantial addition to a home at 26 Cary Road. The lot itself is 5,473 square feet. This is in our R7 zone, which requires a minimum size of 7,500 square feet. So, as you find in other parts of town, Byram and Chickahominy, this is something that has developed prior to the adoption of our current zoning regulations on relatively small lots. The floor area of the house as submitted on 2 floors is 1,871 square feet. Usually you're looking at a pool house when you have something like that in front of you, but this is the whole dwelling itself. It meets all of the zoning criteria for this property, even though it is substantially smaller than what the minimum lot size is that's required in the zone. Based on the staff report and engineering comments, we have revised plans. I'll go through a little bit of that with you, and then I want Mr. Kenny to review his report and plans with you as well. As the director indicated, we had a footing drain that ended at a riprap pad over at the steep slope of the property on the west side. That has been eliminated. Now we're going to have a sump pump, which would then take any groundwater to a Cultec, which is located in the area where there's currently a patio, which we're proposing to remove. So this brings any kind of activity away from the pond, away from the wetlands, and away from the steep slope, because this is all a very flat area right here. You have elevation 22 here and 23 here. It's a very, very level area of the lot. And it's all lawn right now, so we're not disturbing any plant material that we would want to use for the buffer. Likewise, by making this change, we're not impacting or removing any of the trees or vegetation along the pond itself. And as part of what Mr. Kenny will go over with you, we're adding to that buffer area, as well as providing more native plantings around the proposed addition to the house as well. In the westerly portion, or excuse me, the easterly portion of the property, there will be pervious pavement in front of the carport, and roof leaders from that side of the dwelling feed into the reservoir underneath that pervious pavement. Mr. Kenny has submitted his biological evaluation of the site and proposed activity, what impacts, if any, that would have. I'd like to have him review his report with you now, and I just want to present his CV for the record prior to his speaking. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Bill Kenny. I'm the principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield, Connecticut. I am a professional wetland scientist and soil scientist and a registered landscape architect. So my firm was retained to help with this project in 2 ways. One, to identify where maybe 3 ways. One, to identify where the wetlands are on the property, then to assist with the design of the project so that it could be done in such a way that we conclude that there is not going to be an adverse impact to the wetland or the pond in either the short term or the long term. And then also we helped by preparing a planting plan for the project. The first time we submitted that planting plan, it was just a buffer planting. Now with this second revision or first revision, we have expanded the planting to include the entire property. We then evaluated the project and the existing conditions and proposed conditions to determine whether or not the project would have an adverse impact on the wetlands and the pond. In summary, it's our professional opinion that this project will not, and I'll go through why we've concluded that now. So it's shown on the drawing here, which is the planting plan that we prepared. You have Mianus Pond on the west side of the property and Cary Road on the east side of the property. It's a relatively small property, which by developing the property, you inherently end up disturbing a fair amount just to get activities around the house. And the property is relatively level for 85–90% of the property. It's just on the western end, the last 15% or so, where you have a steep slope down to the pond, and it drops down maybe 10 feet or so. That slope is mostly vegetated, and you have a narrow fringe of wetland at the bottom of that, maybe a few feet wide along the edge of the pond. The pond is a man-made feature that was caused, there's a dam downstream, impounded this area, raised the water levels up, and so before that pond was made, there wasn't a wetland likely at this location, but by raising the water up, you create this narrow fringe of wetland. And then there is a woodland edge on that slope. The trees are mature oak and black birch trees primarily. The ground cover is mostly invasive or non-native plants. There's a little bit of Japanese knotweed, some daylilies and Boston or English ivy and some other ground cover growing in that area. The lawn extends, if you look on the new planting plan that we submitted, we have indicated where the existing limit of lawn is, which we have a dashed red line. It's a thick red dashed line shown in the western part of the property there. So generally the existing conditions, the existing property is about 90% either ornamental landscape, mostly lawn, or impervious surface. I think it's about 25% impervious surface and another 65% or so of lawn or ornamental landscape. And that limit is shown there with the red dashed line, big dashed line. So the proposed project and the existing structure is about 50 feet from the edge of the wetland. And the proposed project has a new, larger home with a carport and a larger driveway. Due to the increase in impervious surface, a stormwater management plan is proposed. The existing house does not have any formal stormwater management system. And with the increase in impervious surface, the management plan is now proposed to collect the water and treat it before it is discharged to the wetland. It's interesting, nearly the vast majority of the impervious surfaces are being collected and directed away. The water is being collected from the vast majority of the surfaces and being directed away from the pond to the porous pavement that is on the eastern end of the property. And so effectively, you've widened your buffer. You've created a buffer that starts, for stormwater management, that starts at the edge of the porous pavement. And so by pulling the water back, you put it through the porous pavement that has layers of gravel and sand, which is a very effective treatment measure, and then that water travels 50 feet towards the pond. So the existing, that treatment practice, that buffer for water treatment is essentially the same width as the current distance of the existing house to the wetland.
The existing house is 65 feet from the wetland.
Is 65?
65, yeah.
I may have measured incorrectly. I believe the existing house, the limit of the existing house is right here.
Yes.
And so the driveway, maybe I measured incorrectly, but they are generally the same distance away, so I may have an error. The small area of roof that does not collect water and direct it back to the porous pavement, is discharged onto splash pads. This area is relatively level. We've increased the naturalized buffer, basically pulled the lawn back away from the pond. So due to the relatively small area of impervious surface draining to that area, due to the fact that it's a residential roof, which generally the stormwater runoff, although is not clean, it's relatively clean compared to driveways and roads and things like that, runoffs from driveways and roads. So you have relatively clean water coming off that onto these splash pads and making its way through a flat, relatively flat lawn. Great opportunities for infiltration there, and then through the expanded width of the buffer. So based on that stormwater management for the long term, we conclude that the pond and the wetland will be protected and will not be adversely affected. During construction, because the site, although a lot of the site will be disturbed, it's still a small amount of disturbance. When you compare it to other projects in town, it's a very small area. The property itself is only 5,000 square feet, I believe, in size. So you have a very small area of disturbance. The site is, the area where the disturbance is occurring is essentially flat. When you combine the small area, the flat lay of the land, and then the use of soil erosion and sediment control measures such as silt fencing and anti-tracking pads and things like that, that it's our conclusion that the project can be managed in such a way during construction that the pond and wetland will not be adversely affected. The planting now that we've proposed, so we've increased the naturalized area. This is pretty much all native plants. Some of the existing ground cover is proposed to remain that isn't native, but otherwise we're planting all native plant material through there. And then throughout the project, we are, all the other proposed planting, the ground cover, shrubs and trees, we're using native plants as well to help enhance the habitat value. Also reduce the amount of water for irrigation, reduce the inputs of fertilizers and pesticides and things like that by using native plants. They require less inputs such as those. So we've filled much of the remaining vegetated area with native plants. The only bit of lawn we left is a strip out by the road and a small area in the back. But again, that lawn is further from the pond. If you have any questions, please to review those.
Bill, the area on site that is going to be permanently consumed by hardscape, what's the square footage of that? Not impervious, hardscape.
Hardscape.
Yep.
Both the porous pavement and impervious?
Approximately.
Hold on, Mr. Hegney, it's about 1,400 square.
I'm sorry?
Approximately 1,400 square.
Feet between the two. Can you articulate the values, generically speaking, the values of having, science generally has said the 100-foot buffer does most of what we want it to do, depending on what you want to accomplish, and a bunch of other variables, it should be bigger or smaller. Can you articulate for the record why, as wetland scientists, we protect wetland buffers and watercourse buffers?
Yes. So the buffers provide a number of functions. They include treatment of water, habitat, recreation values, and things like that. That being said, and often a recommendation is 100 foot. And perhaps your regulated review area width comes from that width that is often referenced in many, I would say it's an average width referenced in many studies, so forth, for the effectiveness of buffers, particularly for stormwater management. what, but I think it's important to note that your regulated review area is a review area, not a prohibition area, because it's recognized that buffers are not the only way to manage stormwater, and that there are some cases where, and particularly the BMPs that are described and proposed in both the town manual and the state manual, they recognize that those measures are designed and promulgated in a way to help protect the waters of the state. So in instances where you can't provide, or you propose not to provide, a buffer of 100 feet wide.
So if this parcel is going to have roughly 50% of it permanently consumed, and you say, well, this is just a small parcel, so don't worry about the small number, but every parcel on the street is this way. Most parcels around Mayanas Pond are this way. So you're advocating that losing or covering upwards of 50% of the buffer, or the first 100 feet, along Mayanas Pond universally is fine.
In conjunction with proper stormwater management, other BMPs.
So we could just ring the whole pond as long as we've got those nifty BMPs.
That's what the state manuals and town manuals.
So within the Wetlands and Watercourses regulation, where it's avoid, minimize, mitigate, you're jumping right to mitigate. You're suggesting that an engineered system is always equal or better than a natural system.
So I think that we're avoiding, and we're, because the impact that references, avoid, minimize, mitigate, has to do with what happens at the wetland or at the pond.
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at an activity in the buffer, the fact that you put a structure or an impervious surface in the buffer by itself isn't an impact to the pond or the watercourse. And pollutants landing on that surface isn't an impact, and the rain landing on that and then washing off isn't an impact. It's an impact when that rain carrying those pollutants from that impervious surface actually reaches the wetland. So by designing, implementing, and managing these BMPs, we're avoiding that impact.
No, you're creating the impact that you're mitigating for. That's the whole point of, that's mitigation. It's compensatory mitigation. You're creating an impact. In order to avoid that impact, you're then going back and engineering to get rid of it.
I would agree to disagree. In my mind, it's the impact to the wetland.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're able to avoid that by using BMPs.
So by that rationale, you could cover the entire site as long as the engineered recovery is sufficient. You could pave the whole site, couldn't you?
Essentially. On the other hand, the regulations don't
Do
say.
you really believe you could pave the whole site and have a neutral impact?
Well, there are, the regulations don't prohibit activities.
Do you believe it?
Do I believe that?
Yeah.
No, I would say, when you start to get a certain distance, we are plenty away from this, and with the BMPs, that this would not have an impact.
You're 35 feet. The rest of the buildings, apparently, based on the letter from a neighbor, tend to be 50 feet. You're taking up another roughly 1,000 square feet of hardscape in that 15 additional feet, the way the building is designed. The carport itself is 500 square feet, and you're not counting that. So I'm confused, because just quickly going through the numbers with my little ruler thing here, it looks like the building itself is 1,725 square foot footprint, plus 500 square feet for the carport. Now, I could have done that wrong because I'm doing it as I sit here, but that seems like an awful lot. And I'd also be interested in, why are you presenting this as a reconstruction and not a new construction? The amount of the original building that
Tear
remains
down.
is insignificant.
Well, a part of that is that there is a structure there now. We're going to retain a portion of that structure.
What
and we're
percent of that?
Adding on, as I said at the beginning, we're adding on substantially to it.
What
But we are
percent,
retaining a portion of that,
just what percent are you retaining?
about 2/3.
And that has to be under the carport. You're
It'd be-
counting the
right,
carport as the retained
the-
structure.
Right, the retained structure becomes the carport. Right, that's what we're using.
How are you going to get, okay, how are you going to turn a house into a carport?
The house extends currently out to here.
Right,
So we're removing that portion of it, building a new wall here. We're taking this wall out and leaving these two walls here.
and you're taking out everything that's in the house. You have to be taking out the floor. You're going to reconstruct the roof.
No, the roof will
The
remain.
roof stays,
Right,
but the inside of the house is going to be completely gutted.
yes.
And you consider that a reconstruction.
I think under the building code, when you're keeping two of the walls and you're keeping the roof, yes, they're going to consider that a reconstruction.
For the building code.
Right.
And you,
But even if it's a complete new construction, what Mr. Kenny's point is that by adding the detention up near the street and reducing the amount of lawn and adding additional woody plants to the buffer area, that you're actually improving the condition that's there now.
I would like to see the complete hydrology as to what happens to the rain that falls into that 35 feet that is, well, actually, it's more than that because you're going from roughly 65 feet to 35 feet distance from the wetland, which is 65 minus 35. That's 30 feet that you're getting closer to the wetland. And the water that falls on that doesn't just somehow disappear. It either goes directly into the stream, it goes into the pond, it goes into the ground, and it goes into the groundwater, right? And it does it in a natural way, in a timed way, and it does that forever, as opposed to engineered solutions, which have to be maintained, which may or may not function. And so it, from my own personal point of view, to say that you're not having an impact doesn't make sense.
Well, perhaps Mr. Kenny can go through that for you. And really, the question, Bill, is, and what we look at under our regulations is, how do the proposed activities change or diminish or enhance the ecological communities and functions of the wetland and the wetland buffer? And that's really, I think that's the question that we're all asking, and what Mr. Benton is asking about, and perhaps you can address that particular question with this plan.
So if we work from the wetland and the pond on the west side to the east, first, we are widening the naturalized buffer, the buffer that's not lawn. We're pulling the lawn back. Second, we're reducing the amount of lawn. Yes, the structure is closer, but we're reducing lawn, which has the potential for fertilizers and pesticides and other treatments like that. And the runoff then from a roof of a residential home is known to be, again, relatively clean. The soils on this site, and many of the sites in town, particularly when it's a flat site, they have the ability to infiltrate up to about an inch of runoff. And an inch of runoff happens to be what's considered the first flush, and otherwise known as the water treatment water quality treatment volume. So when you're managing stormwater runoff or water quality treatment, you want to manage that first 1 inch. So the soil is quite adequate to do that from the roof runoff that we have. And
You mean, I'm sorry, the soil that remains
yes.
from the roof runoff of the new construction?
So we have, I think it's, the roof line is about here, that is moving in that direction. The rest of it's being pulled back towards the road, about the same distance away as the existing house, being put through a filter bin of gravel and sand that has a high treatment efficiency, and then after it goes vertically through that treatment bed, then it's moving 50 feet or so, 50 or 60 feet, whatever it is, towards the pond and getting additional treatment. So,
Bill, can I ask, with the pervious driveway, I assume this house has a basement? Yeah, I'm gonna, so that's, you've got effectively a wall around a good portion of the pervious pavement. So what's gonna flow towards the pond, which would be its natural way to go, is gonna be constricted by the foundation walls, which are gonna say are 8 to 10 feet deep. Is that reasonable?
sure.
So how does that work, squishing that water subsurface through, you've got a retaining wall to the south, foundation to the north, and partially even to the west. So I'm concerned about how that actually works. And is it correct, the overflow for this area, it's a weir, so in a bigger storm, it's just coming up and over? There's not an under drain associated with this section of pervious pavement? Up and over?
There's no under drain.
No one. And at what size storm does it come up and over? So did you
25.
evaluate that when you said no impact, that you would have this condensed flow?
Yes.
And then it hits the shed, and then what does it do?
What passes under the shed?
The shed's elevated?
Well, the 25-year storm accounts for 1% or less of the events that's why the water quality treatment volume is focused on a 1 inch storm. So the
I
fact,
totally get the water quality volume. Don't disagree with that. I'm talking about so you've got water that actually is restricted from its movement laterally.
right.
And I don't know if in the engineering that was taken into account. I would look to the engineers to discuss that aspect of it. And then when we do have these significant storms, and again, a 25-year storm talks about a volume of water that comes over a 24-hour period of time. It does not account for frozen ground, drought-stricken soil, cloud bursts. All those things are not part of that 25-year storm, or what is it, the 4% frequency of occurring, or whatever, recurrence. So I am concerned that all of this roof area and the driveway is coming to this one point, it's constricted. I don't think that that's been properly accounted for.
If I'm confident that it will not be a problem. But
And based on what? What about those things do you think, not a problem?
first of all, the BMP in itself, just the vertical,
Yep,
well, the treatment that you get there is, according to studies that have been done.
not quality, quantity. I'm concerned about the quantity.
Quantity.
And I gotta say, quality doesn't escape me. And I don't think there was a pollution renovation submitted with this application, the pollution renovation analysis. Roof runoff is not just you've got zinc pollutants that come from there, you've got bacterial pollutants, you've got acidic rain factors. Roof runoff is not just warm, it's got other problems associated with it. So I don't believe you're fully accounting for the types of pollutants that come with roof runoff. We've long gone past
We are.
roof is clean, it's just hot.
I
So we've
didn't-
gone
I
past
said that. I
that
said it's
a long
relatively
time ago.
clean. It's not the street, it's not a driveway. You don't have oil and grease coming from a car. It's primarily
Are there worse?
atmospheric
Oh, yeah,
deposition.
there's worse.
Apposite-
No,
yep.
even the shingles have
Materials of the-
pollutants that come from them. So
this is a
it's not
great filter
pollutant-free.
system.
Right.
Metals are,
So
Typically
getting back
bound.
to, you've got this infiltration basin that's confined by more than 50% of its perimeter. How is that not what is it about that you don't think is an issue?
I'm hearing more of an engineering rather than an ecological question, so I want to have our engineer, Brian Muller, address the issue that you have, which
Okay, and
needs to be
then
responded
Bill
to.
can come back and say why that's not an ecological problem, because this is an ecological issue, the bottom line.
Brian Muller here, working in conjunction with Soundview Engineers for 26 Cary Road. Just to bring up an important factor to this job, the stormwater management models that were run do not account for infiltration in the soils. These soils here are one of the best types of soils in Greenwich. They're A-type soils. It's all bank run sand and gravel. So yeah, the hydraulic model shows in the stormwater system overflowing as a 25-year storm. However, in reality, it will not, because if we include an infiltration rate that is consistent with A-type soils, that water will infiltrate before it gets a chance to overflow, even up to the 100-year storm. Unfortunately, the town of Greenwich only allows us to account for infiltration for the first 12 hours of the storm event, not for the full 24, which is, you know, reasonable, because typically after the first 12 hours, the ground becomes saturated, it doesn't infiltrate the same way. So in order for us to run these models with infiltration, we'd have to run 2 separate models, and it gets very lengthy and tricky. So we all do a conservative model where we don't include infiltration. In this case, Bill is, in my opinion, absolutely correct. The water that's going to flow across the lawn in the back is going to infiltrate into the ground, especially if it's not compacted during construction. If we keep equipment out from back there,
How can you? There's no room to keep it out.
they'll have to manage to keep it out, because they're only going to be digging.
They are not going to
for-
manage to keep it out.
Well, no, they can. Anything can be done.
We
Anything can be
have
done.
another application where we have a professional construction company saying they need at least 10 feet off the side of the house, off the side of the structure to construct. You have to be back there.
You don't have to be. You can work your way from the back to the front and dig and form your concrete. They can do pump trucks to form in there. The backfilling around the back of the foundation can be done with a long boom on an excavator. They make very long booms to dredge ponds and things like that.
So,
It
so
can be
you
done.
can
It
submit a
is-
plan with construction fencing where relative to the house?
Well, we would need to install that sump pump system, because we don't want to do a gravity footing drain.
And you're going to have construction equipment back there to install the Coltech units?
Well, you can use a mini excavator that's less than, 8,000 pounds, which will limit compaction as well. We also do tilling and scarifying at the end of the jobs, where we mix in compost with the soils, and that improves infiltration from what's out there today. Not that this site could really get improved that much. Like I said, it is A-type soils. These are some of the best in Greenwich. Everywhere in Greenwich is typically a silt or ledge or high groundwater clay material. And as for the foundation of the funneling of water in between, I don't see a restriction because of how clean the soil is out here already. That water is going to infiltrate. It's really not going to be overtopping out of here.
Was
I
a
mean,
perk test conducted in
No,
that
perk
area?
test wasn't required to be conducted because of the type of soils we have. It's only required when you have C-type or worse.
What's the general perk associated with an A soil?
Off the top of my head, the average, you want in inches per hour? Inches per hour?
Oh, I got to tell you, an inch in how many minutes? We'll go septic terms.
Oh, it would be less than an inch in 10 minutes. It would be like an inch in 5 minutes. So it's pretty significant.
That is significant.
These are, from the test holes and from what I've seen in this area, these are very good soils. They really are.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Can I have Mr. Kenny back?
I'm back.
Thank you, did you assess the implications of the profile of the house as it relates to the mature oaks on the property?
In what way? What's your
The
concern?
canopy. The breadth of the canopy, to me, is going to intersect the house.
That can be leaned back and to avoid an issue.
when I look at those trees, in my experience associated with decades of working with people, trees adjacent to their homes, my professional opinion is these trees, in a year's time, I will be out there with the homeowner and their arborist saying the trees have to go. I'm thinking that you did not look at the trees as they relate to what the structure is going to be, the proximity to the structure, their height.
We did not look at any proposals that talked about removing the trees.
But did you look at the trees in relationship to how their juxtaposition with the finished home?
Not with the height of
Yep, and even just their proximity?
Well, yes, with the proximity, yes.
Okay.
So
If
we've
you could go
worked
look
with
at
many
those again.
projects where homes are built within 10, 15 feet of trees.
Oh, I know it's possible.
Right.
But my professional experience is these trees are the very nature of the trees that people want to come down. They are on the, in this case, it would be the eastern side of the woodland, so they're leaning
Reaching.
east to get up to that sunlight. So they're now pitching towards what will be the brand-new house, and their canopy actually appears that it would intersect with that house. So there's no proposal to limit back, there's no anything with regards. And one of them, I gotta say, is on the neighbor's property, and if this is my house, the first thing I do, say, hey neighbor, listen, your tree is a threat to my house. And that neighbor is now on notice.
Yep.
These are very significant trees in very close proximity to this house. I don't see them lasting. And I think that an arborist would have a legitimate point to say, they gotta go. They are a threat to this structure.
Along those lines, Pat, and also your comment that we don't have any alternatives to evaluate here. One thing that I would like to see is you've got the proposed carport, which I'm assuming has nothing above it. So I'd like to see, if that's a one-story carport, I'd like to see those walls that are the quote addition for the house actually be part of the house. There's no reason why you couldn't have the second floor extend over that carport, which would allow you to move a significant amount of the square footage back to the east and increase the buffer, increase the infiltration in the lawn to the west. To me, it's a wasted opportunity to use the second floor above the carport as a way of moving this whole development back from the wetland.
And that's certainly something we can look at. You know, the things I'm hearing are, we should look at a phasing plan, we should look at how we're developing the construction, how the westerly portion of the property can be protected during construction and minimize impaction. Having a design that shows proposed house in relation to the tree canopy, and getting an arborist to look at the existing trees and how they would interrelate with the house, I think is another aspect of this that we need to be reviewing and providing information to you on, and certainly looking at the design of the house and how it could be modified. Mr. Chairman, I did have some photos that I wanted to share. I was going to put them on the screen, but that's not cooperating this evening, so I have gone the old-fashioned way. And I did want to go over these with you because it was mentioned earlier that about how the neighborhood is developed around the pond. And I wanted to provide some of the photographs. We had a drone fly over the pond to show what the actual conditions were. And one of the things that we found was that, particularly on the west side, there is a significant amount of development that has occurred very, very close to the to the pond itself, not just with lawn, but also with construction. The first one in the group of slides is 12 Cary Road, and you can see how that has lawn right up to the wall right at the pond. 22 Cary Road, which is only 2 doors down, has a lawn right to the edge of the pond. 36 Cary Road has lawn that runs right to the fence where the, right up to the pond again. Then we have an aerial view that shows what's happening on the west side. We're the fourth building from the left on the bottom of the page. That's 26 Cary Road. And across the way, you can see that to a very great extent, there is virtually no buffer at all other than just a lawn right down to the water's edge. There's some grasses that provide a minimal buffer, but we're talking about a significant buffer between the river and our reduced lawn area. So there are a couple of other plans showing how the development either at River Road or Valley Road or Cary has been over the years significantly closer than what we're proposing here. We believe, as Mr. Kenny has said, that this can be done without any impact to the wetlands. I do believe we should return with the information that has been discussed and requested. But frankly, we think that we're doing something here that's an improvement rather than a detriment. Having said that, we would ask that the matter be continued to the next meeting so we can provide this additional information to you.
We do need an extension of the public hearing. Our time is up.
Okay. I think
I'm
we-
happy to provide that.
Very good. Are there additional agency questions at this point? Are there public comments on this application? Anyone in the room? No? Okay. We will
Thank
see you
you,
next month. Thank you.
Brian, did you ask for public comment?
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear if you asked for public comment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I did. Okay. Okay. Okay, next up is 2019-109, 249 Valley Road, Rocco V. DeAndrea, Inc. for Timothy Saunders for two-lot subdivision and construction of a single-family residence, 11 feet from wetlands. Ms. Sesto, please.
If we can start with members who have visited the site. Mr. Rossi. Mr. Shondorf. Mr. Linderoth?
No. I was
Nope.
just getting Alan for you.
Right.
Mr. Benton?
Yep.
And Mr. Rogers?
Were you in the neighborhood,
No.
Mr. Rogers?
Norma?
I'm not Mr. Rogers.
We went
Yes,
there
I
a
was there.
while back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where we had the guy who didn't want us there, pouring rain. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay, we got them all. Thank you. Okay, list of documents. Completed application with supporting documentation submitted August 22nd, 2019, signed by Anthony DeAndrea, Rocco V. DeAndrea, agent. 2, project narrative dated August 22nd, 2019, prepared by Rocco V. DeAndrea, signed by Tony DeAndrea, P.E. 3, plan set entitled Construction Site Plan Review Set, dated April 9th, 2019, last revised October 16, 2019, prepared by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering. Signed and sealed by Anthony DeAndrea, P.E., and specifically including topographic survey, development plan, notes and details, sediment and erosion control plan, low-impact development plan, and site distance plan. 4, drainage summary report dated March 27, 2019, and revised August 8, 2019, prepared by Rocco V. DeAndrea, signed by Tony DeAndrea, P.E. 5, long-term maintenance plan dated April 9, 2019, prepared by Rocco V. DeAndrea, signed by Tony DeAndrea, P.E. 6, letter to Carl Raspini, dated August 2, 2019, prepared by Rocco V. DeAndrea, signed by Tony DeAndrea. 7, letter to Anthony DeAndrea from Raspini Consulting Engineers, dated August 5, 2019, signed by Carl E. Raspini, M.S.P.E. 8, email from Derek Denias and to Adam Serini, dated August 9, 2019. 9, letter with attachments addressed to Brian Harris, Chairman, dated August 23, 2019, prepared by Hegney, Lennon and Slane, LLC, signed by Thomas Hegney. 10, soils report dated March 29, 2019, prepared by William Kenny Associates, signed by William Kenny, soil scientist. 11, staff report dated June 19, 2019, prepared by Patricia Sesto, Director. 12, site development review dated May 11, 2019, and revised August 22, 2019, prepared and signed by Scott Marucci, Senior Civil Engineer, and Juan Pardiz, Civil Engineer 2, Greenwich Department of Public Works. 13, plan entitled Subsurface Drainage Cross-Section dated August 22, 2019, prepared by Rocco V. DeAndrea, signed by Tony DeAndrea. 14, plan entitled Wetland Buffer Enhancement Plan, dated August 23, 2019, prepared by William Kenny Associates, signed by William Kenny, professional wetland scientist, landscape architect. 15, report regarding wetlands and watercourse assessment, 249 Valley Road, Greenwich, Connecticut, dated August 23, 2019, prepared by William Kenny Associates, signed by William Kenny, PWS-PLA. Site development review dated September 14, 2019, prepared and signed by Scott Marucci, Senior Civil Engineer, and Juan Paredes. Why can't I get that name right tonight? Civil Engineer 2, Greenwich DPW. 17, staff report dated October 21, 2019, prepared by Patricia Sesto, Director. This project is a 2-lot subdivision application where this is actually a resubmission from a project of late spring of this year. The application was denied as incomplete, with the agency citing the extent of information still needed was too great to accommodate within the time limits of the application review. This site is vegetated at the periphery and with specimen trees, intermixed and overgrown residential, herbaceous growth, and shrubbery with other volunteer native and non-native species comprise the central portion of the southern half of the property. The applicant proposes to divide the parcel into 2 building lots, construct a new single-family resident with decks, asphalt, and gravel driveway, as well as the installation of storm drainage, the site grading, and associated landscaping. The property contains an existing dwelling, which would be the second lot to the north end. Portions of the deck associated with that house would need to be removed to comply with side yard setbacks. The new residence is shown 13 feet from the wetland, and the easternmost retaining wall is 9.8 feet from that wetland and Mianus Pond. The Mianus Pond portion of the Mianus River runs alongside the eastern portion of the property, with a narrow wetland fringe bordering that pond. Since the initial submission, the stormwater management system has been modified to utilize the space under the elevated basement floor for stormwater storage. What water doesn't infiltrate will leave the space through weep holes in the foundation wall. This change allowed for the elimination of the ill-suited placement of the previously proposed level spreader. The stormwater management is also proposed for the existing house on the north lot via the introduction of permeable pavement. Otherwise, the site plan remains conceptually the same. information provided by Mr. Hegney regarding 4 previously approved applications on lots along Valley Road he deemed to be similar to the subject parcel. Given the previous decisions of the agency do not set a precedent for future applications, the information has little to do with this current application. Further, the applications are as far back as 16 years. As the science of wetland protection is constantly evolving, the standards of even a few years ago may be outdated. And finally, each of the parcels were seeking permits for redevelopment, not to create a new lot. It is fair to say if the east side of Valley Road was undeveloped and permits were sought under today's body of knowledge, the landscape along Mayanus Pond would be substantially different and the wetlands and pond much better protected. Redevelopment proposals have a much different characteristic than new development. Among them, often redevelopment comes with the opportunity to mitigate for past direct and indirect wetland impacts as part of the redevelopment package. For the subject parcel, the wetlands and pond associated with it will be better off without the proposed development, and the alternative of no new development would avoid the types of impacts sustained with the 4 previously developed lots. Section 710F of the regulations requires a description of the biological communities and functions. A report by William Kenny was submitted and again concluded that the permanent consumption of nearly 50% of the new lot and disturbance of 90% of the lot, including the loss of all but 3 maple trees, will cause no impacts to the wetlands and pond just 13 feet away. Conversely, the science regarding the value of vegetated wetland and water course buffers is extensive and has been repeatedly utilized across the state to justify the need for upland review areas. This science is in direct conflict with Mr. Kenny's conclusion. The protective buffer of the Mayanus Pond has been historically compromised to a significant extent. Accordingly, the balance between development and wetland and watercourse protection has been tipped in favor of development, with the wetlands and the pond sustaining degradation from sedimentation, nutrient pollution, and other impacts commonly associated with suburban landscapes. What remains of the protective buffer is thus higher in value, and the focus should be on enhancing these features, not destroying them. Mr. Kenny needs to do more than make a statement. His report needs to substantiate his conclusion by explaining the value of the current buffer and how a house can provide the same protection. Further, his report needs to discuss how the proposal satisfies Section 710F of the Inland Wetland Watercourses regulations, which calls for impacts first to be avoided, then minimized, and finally mitigate what cannot be avoided. The report fails to consider this hierarchy in favor of accepting the engineered stormwater management plan as superior to avoiding the generation of stormwater and runoff of the natural means of ameliorating for it. The proposal to infiltrate stormwater under the driveway in-house is not equal to infiltration through vegetated landscape and its protection of the Mayanus Pond. For example, phosphorus, which accumulate in the soil with the proposed stormwater mitigation plan. However, because there is not biologic component, the infiltrated phosphorus will not be used by plants. Rather, it will enter the groundwater and be part of the base flow of the river. Phosphorus is a well-recognized freshwater pollutant, and the old notion that phosphorus does not move in groundwater was dismissed by the USGS, stemming from a study in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. 4, the sediment erosion control plan does not reflect the phasing plan prepared by 12 Development. The expanded phasing plan states the silt fence east of the house can be installed as close as 10 feet to the structure. The fencing is largely depicted 1 to 5 feet from the structure on the E&S control plan. With the need for 10 feet separating distance and 7-foot wide footprint of the sediment controls, there is insufficient room between the house and the pond edge to fit what is proposed. Abiding by the 12 development space parameters would also place the E&S controls within the AE flood zone delineated by elevation 16.8. Profiles for various size storms were not provided, thus, to err on the side of caution, the agency should assume there is a risk of floodwaters entering the lower portion of the work area and its exposed soil. The phasing plan calls for enhanced curbing and a berm along the road to prevent overland flow from entering the site. This is not shown. Further explanation regarding how this will affect the travelway and where the flow will go instead of in this site should also be provided. The construction entrance ramp described in Phase 2 is not depicted on the plans. Phase 2 calls for the removal of all organics within the disturbance envelope and 4 feet beyond. This would also appear to be at odds with the sediment fencing shown on the ENS plan. Section 710E of the regulations requires alternatives be submitted. Other than a revised stormwater management plan, none were provided. Alternatives that should be provided include no additional development of the lot, a second home with a notably smaller footprint to permanently consume less of the proposed second lot. Given the lot already supports a residential development, the fundamental goal of residential development has been met. The proposed new lot not only impedes on the natural protection of the wetland and watercourse due to its proximity to these features, the lot does not conform to zoning regulations. An alternative that conforms to zoning regulations should be provided as well. Section 10F of the regulations requires a description of how the proposal will change, diminish, and enhance the ecological functions. This information was not provided. The site elevations, excluding the retaining wall along the road, represents a grade change of 32 to 36 feet, which results in a 41% slope across the parcel. This overall grade change is broken up by disjointed retaining walls. With regards to wetland and watercourse protection, avoidance of construction on steep slopes adjacent to these resorts is a common recommendation to avoid impacts. This plan does not adhere to this basic design principle, placing the receiving wetlands and Mianus at risk for short and long-term non-point source pollution. Pursuant to a request of the previous application, a structural engineer provided a letter stating the significant retaining wall which lies south and east of the existing house should not be impacted by the proposed development. Referencing the wetland buffer habitat enhancement planting plan, the report briefly describes a recent past clearing of 15 mature trees associated with the proposed northern lot. This situation would constitute a violation, and a resolution of the violation has thus far been incorporated with the subdivision application. Further explanation regarding the location and canopy of the trees and how the proposed planting plan mitigates further loss should be provided. Presently, 7 shade trees and 6 understory trees are shown along the river shoreline and up to the northern property boundary where the 15 trees had been. The plan list identifies 105 shrubs to be planted, but these are not shown on the plan except by graphic bubbles. Given the bubbles are only 5 to 7 feet deep on average, it is unclear if the areas proposed for planting are sufficient in size. An area of native ground cover is identified east of the existing and proposed dwellings by a darker green color. The plant list identifies 5 species presumably to vegetate this area, but the number of rooted plants was not provided. The environmental assessment identifies extensive cover by non-native invasive species in the northeastern portion of the site on predominantly 40% slopes. The planting plan indicates these slopes will be managed for 3 years prior to implementing the plantings. The plan also describes control of the non-native invasive species as, quote, acceptable, end quote, provided they are no longer the dominant species. This is not an acceptable standard, as it will be a temporary condition, with non-native species regaining dominance in short order. Eradication can be the only measure of success. The shade trees are proposed to be 3 to 3.5 inch caliper. Given the steepness of the slope and the shallow bedrock conditions, this size may be too big. The new lot that will retain the current home was revised to propose new stormwater management, and the overflow is shown discharging onto an unprotected 40% slope, providing the opportunity for erosion and negative impacts to the watercourse. Too little information is provided regarding the subsurface reservoirs of the pervious driveway in the house. The project narrative indicates the system will hold a 25-year storm. The location of the overflows are not readily apparent. The elevation of the eastern weep holes below the basement appear to be below grade per section X. Additional explanation is needed to help shed light on the efficacy of this aspect of the proposal. Section X does not show the distribution pipe associated with the pervious driveway as depicted on the plan views. The depth of ledge under the house should be characterized to understand the implications of stormwater renovation through infiltration. Too shallow ledge will take insufficiently renovated water and discharge it into the downgrading pond. The system under the house appears to be inaccessible except for the 2 cleanouts at either ends of the house. There is concern regarding this, as the system could receive contaminants as a result of a fuel spill or other unusual incident with no means to remediate the contaminated soil. 90% of the new 12,000 square foot lot will be disturbed for construction, and nearly half of the parcel will be consumed by the house, driveway, and stairs, etc. The treatment for the land east of the house is depicted as being entirely vegetated by meadow. It is unlikely that the future residents could reasonably abide by a proposal that provides no use of the rear yard, albeit quite narrow, and it's even more unlikely to find landscapers who can successfully manage this area. The project narrative states workers will use the driveway of the existing house to park, with no substantiation of the anticipated number of vehicles and the ability of that driveway to accommodate them. Soil compaction and impacts to vegetation are too common on work sites that have not properly accounted for this construction need. I'm done.
Is that it? Nothing
That
else?
will be
You
it.
sure?
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and agency members. For the record, Tom Hickney on behalf of the applicant. I want to distribute to you a highlighted version of the site plan that Mr. DeAndrea will go over with you, since I can't put it on the screen. Although this has been pending for quite a while, we actually haven't presented it to you. It's one of the things I realized when I was going over what I wanted to say this evening. I said, we've been to a number of hearings in front of other boards and commissions, and although we filed 2 applications with you, you haven't yet seen it at a hearing. So I'll take a few minutes and go through that with you, and then we can talk about what we have done in terms of other steps with the other boards in town and the plans themselves. This is 25,200 square feet on the east side of Valley Road, between Valley Road and the Mianus Pond. We're now on the other side of the pond from where we were before. Next application will go back to the other side. There's an existing house that was built in the late 1800s. And this part of Valley Road was developed well before there was any zoning. This parcel itself has been in this configuration at least since the 1920s. We are proposing to subdivide it into 2 parcels, each of 12,100 square feet, with what's highlighted in green as a open space parcel, and what's highlighted in yellow as a conservation easement area. So that under our zoning, or subdivision regulations, this would constitute the 15% of open space, which can either be open space or conservation easement area under the regulations. We're proposing on the new lot to create a driveway off of Valley Road with an enter and exit drive and a new house. So while we haven't presented anything to you in public, we have appeared in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission on a number of occasions. And earlier this month, they granted a preliminary subdivision approval, subject to, obviously, your approval here, as well as obtaining a variance for front and rear yard setbacks. Because of the narrowness of the lot and the fact that in the R12 zone, which this is located in, you have a 35-foot front yard, 35-foot rear yard setbacks. At some points, the front yard and the rear yard requirements overlap. So there was a very, very small building envelope on this, really just triangularly shaped. And We took that to the Board of Appeals at their meeting 2 weeks ago, and they granted variances of the front and rear yard setbacks to permit the footprint as you see it here on the map. I want to present both of these decisions for the record. While we haven't appeared at the hearing, we have met on a number of occasions with staff, and that's resulted in some, we think, significant changes to the plan from what was originally submitted back in the spring. We've created a retention area both under the driveway and under the house for a 50-year storm, which is above and beyond the requirement under the town's drainage manual of a 25-year storm. We also had in a previous plan level spreaders, which were to the east of the house. Those have now been removed because we're able to provide that detention within the basement itself. And that's really taking advantage rather than having to deal with it as a detriment, the steep slope of the property to the pond. At one point, FEMA had a flood zone line that came up through the house. This would, of course, required there to be 20 feet of water over the dam near Route 1 at that time. FEMA recognized that that was highly unlikely, and so the flood zone line has been moved down to where this green line is at elevation 16.8, I believe. And that has been accomplished in the last a month or two. We also, as the director pointed out, did a structural analysis of this old retaining wall that's here to determine whether it was sufficiently sound, and the structural engineer made determination that it was. This wall here is an existing wall. We're not proposing to do anything with it. We're not constructing it. It's just going to stay right where it is along the pond itself. I'd like to ask our landscape architect and soil scientist, Bill Kenny, to go through and respond to the comments in the staff report, which you heard earlier. And then I'll ask Mr. DeAndrea to do the same as far as the engineering comments are concerned. And I have a copy of Mr. Kenny's CV to hand in for the record.
Good evening. My name is Bill Kenny. I'm the principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield, Connecticut. I'm a professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and registered landscape architect. My firm was asked to help with this project by first mapping out where the wetlands and watercourses are located on the property, then assisting with the project design and finding ways to achieve the objectives in a way that avoids impacting the wetlands and watercourses, and then assisting further with the development of a planting plan and also a written report regarding the proposed project and potential for impacts to wetlands and watercourses. We've provided that information to you. We have, I'd like to go through the report, our review of existing and proposed conditions and how we came to our conclusion. And as I do that, address some of the comments that Pat raised in her staff report. So, starting with existing conditions, you have The property is generally rectangular in shape, and it runs, the long width is north to south with Valley Road to the west and Mayanis Pond to the east. There's a narrow fringe of wetlands along the edge of the pond. There is an existing house in the northern portion of the property with an existing asphalt driveway. And then the eastern portion of the property is primarily low maintenance, naturally vegetated, but it's not a lawn, it's not a high ornamental landscape. However, there is quite a bit of invasive vegetation growing there. The trees that exist are primarily native, with some invasive trees such as Norway maple. The shrub layer and ground cover is mostly invasive. It's just the reverse of the trees with some native species. There's one species in particular that's of particular concern and very aggressive. You're familiar with it. It's Japanese knotweed, and that consumes the northeast corner of the property and covering much of that slope in that area. So that's a very aggressive invasive plant and present, well established on this property. In the northern portion of the property along the pond, there have been trees that were removed. I'm not sure how long ago, within the last few years, some large trees. We counted 15 stumps in that area. South of the existing house along the pond, there are a number of mature trees that remain. These trees are shown on our drawings and Mr. DeAndrea's drawing as well. The property is steeply sloping. Unlike the last site that we talked about, this site is steeply sloping. It certainly warrants closer attention and careful design with regard to proposed improvements. So a very steeply sloping site. A lot of bedrock outcrop on the site. So when the areas of bedrock outcrop, the potential for soil erosion really doesn't exist due to the rock outcrop. But there are a number of areas where soil is present. Many of the areas where it is present, it has been disturbed, either filled or cut. There's some retaining walls, particularly in the southern portion of the site and south of the existing house and north of the existing house. The existing driveway and the existing home do not have any formal stormwater management measures to control the runoff from those surfaces, from those impervious surfaces. The Mayanis Pond is a very high quality water resource. It's a AA water quality classification as classified by the state of Connecticut. And then you have the narrow fringe of wetlands there. With the pond and the wetlands, they are providing at a relatively high level most wetland functions. Maybe the one thing that they're not providing is groundwater recharge, but it's mostly a discharge area. And there's opportunities for a variety of wildlife, fish, reptiles, amphibians, wading birds, perch birds, raptors, and so forth. So it is a quality resource. Now, proposed conditions. The existing home will remain. The existing driveway is being amended to include a infiltration, a section of porous pavement. So we're going to improve the water quality runoff, the water quality from that existing driveway by adding a porous pavement area in the northern portion of the driveway. Mr. DeAndrea can discuss that later. The proposed home in the southern portion of the property is generally, on average, 25 feet from the wetland. It's going to be, in some ways, a bit of a tree house due to the slope on the site and the change in elevation. This is a section that we've put together. I can provide you with copies of this. So that house is on average about 25 feet from from the wetland, and the driveway is about 60 feet from the wetland. There's no activities proposed within the wetland or the pond. So what's the potential for indirect impacts from this proposal? And we review short-term impacts, potential for short-term impacts during construction, related to soil erosion and sediment control, and the project has been carefully evaluated by Mr. DeAndrea, by myself, and by a local builder that has extensive experience and knowledge working on properties like this. He actually built a house not too far, a few doors away, on a nearly identical site. And so he's helped us put together a sequence for the construction activities to ensure that during construction that this property can be developed in a way that avoids impacting the wetlands and watercourses. And with this slope, that includes building just portions of the structure at a time, and installing a very robust perimeter sediment barrier at the base of the slope that would include a chain link fence, a silt fence, hay bales, and then using the existing level terrace area at the western end of the site as a point of entry, where that area would be stabilized with gravel, and then creating a drive that comes down to this lower area into the footprint of the house, and then there's another level area here due to existing walls, and you would create a second platform at this level. And what you would do then is to construct the eastern wall of the house first, and limit your disturbance at any one time by just developing this in pieces. And by constructing that wall first, raising it above grade, you've created a massive sediment trap on the property. You have a sediment trap that is essentially bigger than the area of the surface. This top layer, you stabilize that with gravel right off the start. You have this path coming down with gravel, and then you create this concrete wall on the east side, the foundation wall, and create your sediment trap there. And so then you just have very limited area of disturbance outside of that footprint. Anything inside is being trapped by the foundation wall. Once you have that wall established, then you start to turn around and start working on the wall on the west side and work your way out of the foundation and then back over onto the building. The deck that is shown here on the first floor is elevated quite a bit above the wetland. Wetland down around elevation 14 or so. And the house is at elevation, the first floor is around elevation 46, 47. So you're quite a distance up, and with the deck being elevated so far above, we've had other projects similar to this, and we're confident that we'll be able to have vegetation growing right up to the foundation and underneath the deck and covered porch.
Is that taking into account the daylight regimen of the house blocking all the western light?
Yes. I can, the next meeting.
I'd like to see a daylight.
Example.
I'd like to see a daylight study of this property for the next meeting.
We could look at that, and I could also bring photos of a property where we have that, the exact, the west is blocked and the east is open. So one of the things that we had a draft, so we're showing in this modified planting plan, we're showing green under the deck based on this. And also under the garage, we expect half of the garage, the foundation wall for the garage is actually halfway through, and the eastern portion of the garage will be built on piers. So we will be planting below that as well, because it is substantially above the ground level. So it's 47 down to 27, it's 20 feet above.
Does that existing tree stay, or is that going?
This is showing an existing tree to stay.
And does that block the house's view of the pond?
It, at that, where there are trees, it's gonna, it's gonna filter their view. I think it won't block it entirely. Yeah. There are,
The winter,
in the winter, it'll be quite, yeah, it'll change seasonally.
that tree will be gone in a year.
We are showing shade trees, so the existing shade trees are here, and then we're showing more shade trees all along here. We're showing understory trees planted here, and due to their height, they will provide beneficial shade along the shoreline of the pond, but they will top out around halfway up the deck, so I think it'll work quite nicely where it'll benefit the pond, adding more shading, but allowing for views as well. So you'll be in the top of the canopy of those trees and be actually pretty interesting.
I see you have a dock.
There's an existing dock today that's in need of repair, but it is existing.
Is it permitted by the town? And is it to town spec?
I'm not sure, we'll have to.
Well, looking at the picture, I can pretty well guarantee you it's not.
Okay.
Most all, I think there's only a scrappy little handful of docks that are not permitted.
Right, this is a pretty scrappy little dock.
It might be a scrappy little dock. We'll verify it, but don't
Well, I
recall the
mean,
address.
my understanding was in order to be permitted, that it has to meet town standards for construction. And this one clearly doesn't from the picture. But I'm sure you'll take care of that in the construction. And how does the existing dwelling get to the pond?
There's no proposal currently no proposal for providing a dock for them or access to the pond, so they can enjoy the view.
I think you should plan for access.
We will take that into consideration, access to
Anyway, sorry I interrupted you.
Yeah,
but-
You do have your little strip of conservation easement on the other side of the adjacent lot. Maybe that's how they get there.
You can't get there from here.
But this, with regard, whoever, just like people who live downtown, who live on other smaller properties in town, not everyone has a yard in town. And that someone buying this property or living on this property, their yard is going to be their deck. Most of their activity is gonna be at this level, and
No
one
one's
due to
gonna
the
be
slope
down
here. And they're gonna use this area just for access to the dock. And there's plenty of people in town that don't have a flat lawn to recreate on. And they know that when they live in an apartment, or they live in a condominium, or a townhouse, but what their yard is gonna be is the view of the lake, and having that next to them, and being able to look at that and enjoy that.
Through the tree.
And what is the square footage of the building, the footprint?
Footprint of the building?
And how many rooms are in the building?
The footprint of the building with the garage is approximately 2,500 square feet.
Okay, and Mr. Hagney, how many bedrooms are in the building?
I have the architect here, and he's counting on his fingers. 5,
5 bedrooms.
yes.
So we can expect there'll be children, and you're going to have a building with children and no yard.
No, I don't,
5 bedrooms?
I have 5 bedrooms and no children. least not anymore at the house.
Anymore.
It took a
But you
while,
did.
by-
You did.
mind you, but
The point is
not
that
anymore.
you're building a house that is for a significantly sized family, and you're not making allowance for the way the family would actually use it.
And anyone who's looking at this house is, as Bill said, is going to understand the limitations. And some people like more of a yard. I see the new buyers coming into town, they don't want much of a yard at all, because then somebody has to mow it, and they don't want to be the one to do that. So it depends on what you're looking for, and if you're looking for a big yard, you're not going to buy this house.
2,500 square feet footprint.
Yeah, so it's probably
500 square feet.
2,500
times
square
2.
So with regard to proposed improvements, a couple things I want to point out is that looking at stormwater management, there's a subsurface infiltration bed proposed under the driveway, a subsurface infiltration bed proposed under the house. All of the impervious surfaces will be put through these infiltration beds and then make their way to the wetland, which is 25 feet off the house foundation. And so the driveway is about 60 feet away, so we have the treatment through the infiltration bed itself, and then 60 feet to the wetland. The house, western edge of the house is 45 feet, I believe, away from the wetland, and so the water will be, I've spoken with Mr. DeAndrea, and he's fine with this, that the water that's collected from the roof will enter this infiltration bed on the west side of the house, make its way through that bed, and then the 40 or 45 feet to the wetland as treatment. I brought some literature regarding infiltration systems and so just about every state or town agency that I'm aware of has stormwater management guidelines. State of Connecticut, state of New York, certainly. I brought some literature from both of those agencies. And the town of Greenwich certainly does. And the first page of this document is that, you know, these agencies recognize that we can't, they're not expecting development to be 100 feet away from every wetland or watercourse, so they recognize that these BMPs are developed to replace some of the buffer function that when you have a development that's closer than 100 feet to a wetland, and if you look at what's been highlighted on there, it's the purpose of the manual is to protect waters of the state of Connecticut from adverse impacts of post-construction stormwater runoff. And in the manual, it does not prohibit development within 100 feet of the watercourses. And then the next page, the second page, is some literature from the University of New Hampshire, and it just provides some background information on infiltration systems such as the porous pavement, or it is porous pavement, this specific. And it points out here that due to and they've done extensive studies, they are really the people, the agency, or the group, the research group, that has driven the whole movement with porous pavement and making it to the point where it's part of just about every project you review now in the town of Greenwich. And they conclude that for water quality treatment, porous pavement is excellent, except for nitrogen, which is very soluble. But for other, I could provide additional information for specific pollutants at the next meeting if you'd like. And then the next information that I provided is from the New York State Stormwater Management Manual. And in New York State, particularly Westchester, Dutchess counties, there are reservoirs for the city of New York. They're very concerned about phosphorus and protecting those reservoirs. So they have a whole chapter on enhanced phosphorus removal standards. And within that chapter 10 of the New York State Manual, it does indicate that stormwater infiltration measures are acceptable in these watersheds where phosphorus is a concern. So they find that those BMPs are effective for managing phosphorus in these watersheds of concern. The last couple pages have to do with, certainly the site is steep, and if we were to propose using the site as a filter, often there's concerns about putting a vegetative buffer on a slope of this steepness. So in fact, we're taking a slope site and we're making it level with these two terrace systems and slowing down the water, increasing the infiltration rate, and improving the effectiveness of stormwater treatment through those systems. So based on that, it's our conclusion that this project can be developed carefully, very carefully, without impacting the wetlands. And Mr. DeAndrea can get into greater detail regarding soil erosion and sediment control and stormwater management.
Mr. Rogers has just pointed out something relative to the stormwater. I'm sorry. Mr. Rogers has pointed out something relative to the New Hampshire statement that ties back to something that Ms. Sisto said. Maintenance sensitivity requires minimum 2 to 4 cleanings per year with a vacuum truck. And how are you going to get there? How are you going to do that if you can't get into the area?
I didn't hear all what you said, so I apologize.
That's right, I'm having trouble with my ears too.
Not everybody's coming across loud and clear, and I'm not so sure this is even on. So I'm trying to set that up.
That's on. That's on.
That's better.
Mr. Kenny gave us a document from New Hampshire that indicates that low-impact development porous pavement systems are effective, but they need to be cleaned out. How are you going to clean this one out?
You want me to lead with that?
No. I want you to take care to cover it as you go through your presentation.
Let me start with the fact that my name is Tony DeAndrea. Since everybody else gets to introduce themselves, I figured I should do the same. I am a professional engineer. I've been licensed in the state of Connecticut since 1977. Our firm, Rocco V. DeAndrea, Inc., has been involved on behalf of the owners of the property to develop first the site surveying portion of it, to develop the topography. Then we were responsible for the design of the site grading around the home that's been designed or proposed. And in that capacity, we work closely with Mr. Bill Kenny, Mr. Hegney, the owners, and the architect, Bill Kleinman. It was our responsibility to design the site as we know it in accordance with the town drainage manual, which I understand has been told to me several times by the director that it's not always in alignment with your or her impressions of environmental impact. We recognize that and we understand the different points of view. Regardless, we are required to design the site in accordance with the town drainage manual, and we do the best we can in that regard. Mr. Hegney described for you the topography, so I'll refrain from that, but I do want you to understand the design in accordance or in relative to that topography. There is ample land in the proposal to divide it into 2 lots, provide the open space in accordance with our zoning regulations. We have done that. We've also provided open space. We've provided conservation easement areas to preserve some of those portions of the lot, of the land that will not be developed. The boundary of Mayanes Pond was surveyed and mapped by our firm back in 1991 on behalf of the town of Greenwich before it was purchased. And in conjunction with that mapping, we defined and traced around the entire pond during the winter when it was frozen and accessible, the contour 106, which was on the what they know as or referred to as the powerhouse datum. And that was established when the dam was going to be constructed. The railroad apparently decided how far up and how much they were willing to purchase and flood. And it turns out that that elevation now translates to an elevation of 15.4 on the North American vertical datum, which I'll refer to as NAVD 88. So we have a good knowledge of the boundary of the property, the elevations of the property, and where that line is located. So we have highlighted that as the red line along the eastern boundary of the property. and especially along the southern portion there where we are proposing a home. As everyone has pointed out, there is an existing dwelling on it. The access to that garage on the north end is across a driveway on the westerly side of the home, wedged in between Valley Road and the existing dwelling, similar to what we're proposing on the southern lot. On the east side of that property, in the northern section, between the eastern side of the house and the Mayanas Pond, the property drops from an elevation of around 48 down to about 13 or 14, depending on where you are along the boundary. That does translate to a slope of about 70%. It drops 34 feet in about 48. It's steep. It's almost inaccessible to walk. But we're not proposing to do anything on the eastern side of that northern lot. And in spite of the steepness, I think those of you who have seen the property, it is heavily vegetated. It's been characterized as vegetation that is invasive, but nevertheless it is heavily vegetated and stable. In contrast, there are different variations of slope across the southern portion of the property. In some places, I'll even venture to say it's moderate in slope. The elevation of Valley Road on the westerly portion of the property is about 46.5 on NAVD 88. That Valley Road is supported above the main portion of our property by a retaining wall. And on the east side of that retaining wall, the elevation is about 38. And as you move further east along that upper portion, which is moderately sloped, we end up with a drop of about 4 feet from the east side of the western retaining wall that supports Valley Road to the west side of a retaining wall approximately in the middle of the proposed house site. And for that 38 feet, that translates to about a 10% slope, of 1 foot in 10 feet, which is a moderate, very negotiable, I'd call it a flat slope. That as you continue to move further east, we do come into a little bit more of a increase in slope, and we recognize that from day one. And as we look at that, we drop about 16 feet in 40, or about 40%. So it is steep in some portions, but not overly steep, and certainly not as steep as the northern section. We set the first floor of the house in concert with our environmental consultant and the architect to be equal to the level of Valley Road, so that the second level down 10 feet would provide access to the garage on the first floor fairly close to the elevation of Valley Road. We thought that was appropriate. The garage has been sited on the south end of the building, again to be relative to the elevation of Valley Road and to have safe access in to the site. We also wanted to provide access to the east side of the home, so the architect has designed a set of stairs on the north side that provides a means of getting to the deck that has been described as extending off the east side of the house, again to provide some recreational space for the family looking toward the pond. Underneath that elevated deck, which extends off the first floor of the house, is another set of stairs that will drop us down to the lower level of existing ground without having to do any grading on the east side. As Mr. Kenny pointed out, the deck will be supported on piers. The significance of that is that the piers are going to be slender and tall, we admit that, but they also require a small foundation that can be tied into the ledge, which is undermining the natural soil in that area. So the impact of construction on the piers for the foundation of the deck will be minimal, and while it's closer to the pond, as the director pointed out, it's not a significant encroachment in our opinion. Now, there is access to all utilities in Valley Road. We've got gas and water. All the utilities will be installed underground. There will be very short distances from Valley Road into the property. So that's a minimal amount of impact for that aspect. The site drainage system, which was our primary focus, was designed in accordance with the town drainage manual. Mr. Hegney pointed out that we designed it in excess of what's required. He suggested that we designed it for a 50-year storm, but in fact, we were able to demonstrate that we have a reduction in peak flows and in volume for all storms up through the 100-year event. So that's a significant accomplishment, actually. We're doing that by providing permeable pavers under the front driveway along the western side of the house. Water that would fall on the driveway would be directed through the permeable pavers into a reservoir below. It's a common and standard design concept now that's been accepted and reviewed and been very successful in the eyes of the DPW anyway. And that water, as it percolates through our permeable pavers, will settle in a reservoir and migrate down through the natural soil and also migrate in an easterly direction following the natural gradient of the property. Again, the premise that we're trying to design is to mimic the condition on the natural soil. Borings that were recently taken indicated that there is a depth of natural soil across the property averaging around 5 feet. In some cases, it went from 7 to 12 feet. In other places, it was 5. And if we got to the far edge of the property underneath the elevated deck, in one location, they found a depth of ledge of only about 2 feet. The water that may fall on the driveway will settle, as I said, in the reservoir below it. If it exceeds the capacity of the soil at any given time, there's an overflow designed into the catch basin on the north end, so that until the capacity of the reservoir is maximized, there'll be no excess water moving out. If that were to occur, it's been proposed to be channeled down around the building and into the second reservoir under the house. There is soil there. It provides a vertical space in which to provide that filtration again, following what's happening under the front driveway. Once again, though, as the water moves down through the reservoir, designed into the foundation, it will continue to move through the natural soil and out toward the river following the natural gradient. In order to, there was some concern about if we're discharging water into the ground to the west side of the foundation under the driveway, what will happen to that water if it does happen to exceed the capacity of the infiltration. So what we've done is we've designed into that westerly wall a series of weep holes that will allow the water, as it moves down through the reservoir, to continue moving easterly toward the pond. And those weep holes are 4-inch diameter proposals. They'll be surrounded by crushed stone in the fabric to keep the soil from migrating through them, but the water will pass down into the second reservoir, which is under the house. So similarly, on the eastern wall of the foundation, we also have a series of weep holes set at 5-foot intervals along that foundation so that the water will move through in a constant direction toward the pond, following the natural gradient. Along the eastern wall, at the ultimate discharge point, if it ever occurs, and we say that if it ever occurs because we are going to watch the water move down through the natural soil and then out through the weep holes. We've set those weep holes just below the surface of the existing grade at that point to ensure that we get it down into the soil. Previously, there'd been a comment by staff that they were not in favor of seeing a discharge through a level spreader east of the home. So we decided to move it inside, and that way we'll keep all the water within the foundation flowing through the natural soils. Okay. Now, there was a comment made about the amount of lawn or landscaping or recreation area for the family that might occupy a building that has excess bedrooms. So when they finally come home, there'll be a place to stay. But anyway, there is an area of lawn, basically the existing conditions that we're preserving on the north side of the proposed dwelling. That area totals about 1,800 square feet. I think the objective here was to minimize the amount of lawn purposely, so I don't think it should be held against us, but there's about 1,800 square feet in this area. It's contained within the existing retaining wall that was investigated by Carl Raspini, the structural engineer, and found to be sound and well-built. I was on site when we excavated test pits to verify the condition of the foundation and the footing. It's basically founded on ledge in that corner, which is evident when you walk around this northern house. You can see the ledge. But that retaining wall was founded on that with a good solid foundation, large stones. They're in good condition, a very wide base. So the structural engineer concluded that that's in good condition. So the area that's contained within that retaining wall will stay. We've added a proposal to step up to the upper elevation, again, to reduce the slope of those areas. So there are 2 areas for recreation, but minimal in size. I think it's ironic, by minimizing the amount of lawn or vegetated areas that might be lawn, we are certainly reducing the potential for having any fertilizer or resultant phosphorus. So I think that that's an issue that we've addressed simply by minimizing it. Anything that is happening on the minimal amount of lawn on the north side will be following existing conditions, and certainly the amount of fertilizer can be minimized, and therefore, even if there is some phosphorus in that runoff, it's going to filter down into the natural ground. So we're not changing any of those existing conditions. Everything else is primarily a hard surface without any input, any concern about phosphorus being generated in those areas. Now, in regard to the sediment erosion controls, as Mr. Kenny touched on it briefly, the discussions we've had with qualified and talented builders is that this can be built in phases. The way the phases have been envisioned are that you initially work your way into the proposed driveway at the existing grade. So you're down below what the finished floor will be. Once you've established that by installing a crushed stone base to eliminate any potential erosion in that area, you create a similar platform in the middle of the proposed dwelling. And by doing that, you can construct the eastern foundation wall from the inside with minimal impact toward the eastern side of that. At that point, you recognize that there is no elevated deck, and therefore we have a larger space in which to work and to install the erosion controls, which have been shown on the plan graphically, but to indicate the components of that. So we're proposing that initially we establish a chain link fence that can be relocated and moved as the project progresses, but that's intended to keep people and equipment or stones, if we happen to roll one down the hill, from entering the pond. Inside that, we propose to have at least one silt fence staked into the ground inside or to the west side of the chain link fence. And that will enable us to collect any final bits of silt if they happen to occur. And to the west of that, we propose to have another row of silt fence with a sediment barrier constructed out of crushed stone. We chose to make it about 4 feet wide, 6 inches thick, set on a filter fabric, a non-woven filter fabric, so that would buffer any velocity of the water, would also filter it, and as it flows across the filter fabric, all the soils will stay within that. So we've got a wide, if you will, erosion control barrier, which can be modified, enhanced, cleaned, and reconstructed if necessary as the job progresses. So once that the eastern wall and the northern and southern walls of the garage structure are constructed, as Bill Kenny pointed out, it basically becomes a containment berm that we can work with. As we work our way out of that middle of the house, We will be installing the reservoir of well-graded granular material for the reservoir under the house, along with the stones, along with the crushed stone and perforated pipes. And then you pour the slab, and now we have virtually no erosion within the house envelope. So I think that's a good way to phase it in simple terms. In the final analysis, we'll develop a very detailed description and demonstrative plans if necessary.
Tony, one thing that comes to mind in this, looking at this section, is that is there anything preventing you from actually eliminating the foundation columns under the deck and simply just cantilevering that deck off the main house?
That's a good consideration.
Because that would eliminate
we did
work down in the wetland.
discuss that. I think it was decided that it might be too long a span, but we'll have to work with the structural engineer and the architect to look at that. But what we
Deep enough
did
beam,
do
you should be able to do
was
it.
we do have a cantilever idea on the deck and the covered porch by moving the columns for those. So the porch would be cantilevered, and the main deck would be an extension of the stairwell retaining wall.
Yeah, I'm just looking at ways of eliminating
That's a
as
good
much
idea,
work as
and
possible down closer to the wetland
I think
boundary.
the architect can study that
Yep.
in further detail as possible. I think it's a good suggestion. What was I going to say? There was a question raised by the director about flooding, suggesting that we didn't analyze the flooding that might occur from different storms. Well, the reality of it is that the 100-year flood event is 16.8. The elevation of the Powerhouse Dam, based on our survey and the flood insurance study, is that it's basically 13 for discussion purposes. So that represents the 100-year event at 16.8. The dam is 13. You'd have 3.8 feet of volume over the dam at the 100-year event. At that point, it doesn't reach into our property. So there's no flooding from lower storms. Therefore, unless we have the 100-year event during construction, we're not going to be inundated during any of the smaller storms. So I think that just factual. There's no way to plot the lower storms because they're in the river.
Tony, can you speak, it's unusual to have the storm drainage underneath the house. I do have some concerns with regards to access. And if we did have a very large storm, exceeded, was it the 25 or the 50-year storm, what is the overflow out of the space below the basement?
What is the overflow?
So, I mean, if we got a 50-year
Okay.
storm event, so the driveway's overwhelmed, so that then goes down below.
Right.
So where's
initially-
ultimately the
Initially, the
escape
volume that we needed to provide to satisfy the drainage manual is underneath the driveway.
yes.
Then, in order to eliminate the level spreader to the east of the home, we moved the roof from the eastern half of that house into the reservoir below. So we don't need that much volume inside the house to treat the half of the roof.
Understood, but where in this system is the ultimate overflow pipe?
The overflow pipe, it turns
So
out
how
that
do you
we
prevent-
don't need an overflow because we're designed the capacity for the 100-year event. We have volume, and we have volume sufficient to reduce the peak flow and the total volume discharged from the site during all storms up through the 100.
Okay.
That's the beauty of this plan as it evolved. Because we have the void, we have the natural topography, we have the ability to continue the flow from west to east, following the natural gradient. I think it's a good plan, and I'm confident that it will work. Now, you'll notice that we did have pipes extending out to the north and south end of the home. Those are designed for A, inspection, and B, quite honestly, if there is anything in there, you can literally blow it out with a compressor. So that's the access for it. Also, you have to recognize that in many installations, when we use permeable pavers, it's important to distribute the water equally through that. And oftentimes, when we have impermeable bases, we're treating it in a lid component, as a lid component by underdraining it. So the filtration is what provides the treatment. And we've accomplished all that truthfully within the, in the area of the driveway. And I realize that there are differences in our viewpoints on how we treat our water relative to the drainage manual, but that does comply. And it's been used successfully and will continue that way.
So one of the first steps of the drainage manual is to limit the amount of disturbance on this site. Can you
Yes?
describe how this,
I got some comments on that.
thank you.
Okay, so when you look at the southern lot, we ended up having an increase in coverage before and after of about 4,600. We have a total development of 4,600 square feet. And that's the increase, okay? Or, excuse me, it's not the increase. There are increases, pluses and minuses. But because it's vacant, basically vacant lot, we're basically providing 4,600 square feet of impervious area after development. So that translates to about 38% of the total site. We did an analysis. If I took the entire building envelope and the patio, the elevated deck, which we don't feel is a significant intrusion because we're on piers or perhaps cantilevered in the future. If we took a 4-foot envelope around the entire development of the house, driveway, and patios, we would have a disturbance area of about 7,600 square feet, which translates to about 63% total disturbance. We have to admit that if you rake the lawn on the north end of the proposed house, that's going to be considered disturbance. But in truth, it's not. But the fact is, it's not 90%. We're about 63% if you took an envelope of 4 feet outside the entire building. And we propose to be that tight, including the driveway. So we took it, I have the plan, to show what we did, but it's an envelope around the entire structure. It looks like a grade plane line. I don't see that familiar with grade plane, but it's a dark line around the entire envelope, including the outside of the patio and the elevated deck. So that turns out to be about 53% of the site. The green area in our zoning regulations is, if I'm not mistaken, is 52%. Am I right on that? I think it's 52%. So we're way above what we're required to have in that regard. Then, I think the last thing that I have is that any material that's generated on the site that's not suitable for structural fill will be removed from the site, because we have no use for it. So that we're going to save the organics, we're going to move them to the north side in that upper plateau, surround it with erosion controls, and preserve it for the minimal amount of landscaping we're going to do afterward. But anything that's not suitable will be removed from the site. And I don't think I had anything else.
Can you speak to worker parking, staging?
The way we look at this and have discussed it, in the initial stages of construction, we don't have that much activity, that many people required. We do have a machine, we have a couple of laborers, and once the platform is created and the crushed stone is placed, then the crew comes in to build the foundation walls, which we expect and know will be reinforced concrete. In this case, the initial design is to have a cantilevered footing so that it's inside the excavation to hold up the wall rather than having a heel on the outside, again, to minimize the excavation on the outside of to minimize the excavation on the outside of the foundation. Then once the house is completed, now we have to bring in the trades. So we have access for parking within the northern side.
How many cars? I mean, we were.
Don't know yet, but I've seen on some days on certain sites, there might be 20 cars, on some days there might be 5. We
Yeah,
can
that's
also,
what concerns me.
we have the advantage on this particular site in that we can park basically 3 rows of cars between the retaining wall along Valley Road and the front of the house. So assume we have 2 rows anyway, and they're just going to have to be valeted, if you will, in and out the same driveway, plus the additional parking that is available to us on the property that the applicant owns. So we can stage that and get it done. We have other tight sites that have been successfully constructed. I don't think that we can deny the application on the idea that we have to stage our trades to come in at the right time. We also have that same issue with delivery of materials. We have the access, the deliveries have to be controlled. We do have the advantage of the long driveway to accommodate that. And I think that that can be made to work. The last thing I wanted to point out was a comment that we didn't show erosion, driveway protection, anti-tracking pads. They are shown on the S&E plan on both ends of the proposed driveway.
It wasn't the anti-tracking pad, it was the, in the 12 development proposal, there was the ramp to come down into the site, and then there was reference to the drainage from the road being bermed
Right.
off.
But again, he made some general statements, but the fact is, there's never been any water flowing into this site from Valley Road. In response to that suggestion or comment, we've strengthened the elevations on the plans to show that it's definitely not flowing into the property. So we have added elevations to the plan to show that that's the case. But the access into the site will be, so to speak, ramped down to maintain that elevation of where the driveway will be. So we're not going to fill the driveway as the first step. It's going to stay low until the foundations are built up, and then we can backfill against them. So that's the idea. Any questions? I'll try to answer them. If not, I
Sure.
think I've covered.
The driveway is almost as wide as the house is deep.
Because of the one-way aspect and the narrow front to back, as we've tried to keep the house up, and one thing that Mr. Hegley didn't really strengthen or mention fully is that the alignment of the house that's being proposed is consistent with the other development along Valley Road, especially in this area. So the driveway has been proposed to allow a car ultimately to have someone pass. You know, if you have a car parked in front of the house, you want to be able to pass another one there. So that's why the driveway is a little bit wider than you might think could be minimum. But it would not affect the ability to move the house forward. You know, it's been said already. So we have a driveway proposed of 14 feet. I know from personal experience where I live that 14 feet is sufficient to pass those 2 cars, but you can't go through there at 30 miles an hour at 14 feet wide. So it's conservative in one sense to allow a car to pass, but it doesn't allow an active highway through there. So it's minimal in one regard, but safe in the other.
Question.
Yes, sir.
The driveway seems to be a major infiltration point. It's where the water is going to come into.
Yes.
Okay, what happens when the driveway freezes?
The issue here is that they're not supposed to freeze, and the reason for that is that the heat, natural heat that comes up out of the ground, it doesn't
What happens
freeze.
if it?
And then there's always a fail-safe. And so what we have here is on the eastern side of the driveway, we have 3 catch basins. And I had it in my notes, but I guess I was remiss in not mentioning it. In the event that the water doesn't get through the bricks, or if we have an intense storm that it just exceeds the openings of the bricks, The water will be collected in the catch basins. The 3 catch basins have a distribution pipe between them. That distribution pipe is perforated and it allows the water to get into that permeable reservoir below. Only if that's exceeded does the water flow out of the northern catch basins. We have, you can see there's a high overflow out of the northern catch basin. And that allows it to go down to the next reservoir. So if it doesn't get in through the cracks in the stones, in the brick pavers, then it will go in the same way through the catch basins. And then it'll be held in there until it reaches a high overflow.
And what happens if the catch, and what happens if the catch basins are clogged?
They're not going to be clogged because every year we have to comply with our declaration of stormwater maintenance and they have to be inspected
Okay.
and cleaned.
You do have a situation where you have a heavy leaf fall in the fall followed by a freeze. Now, your catch basin is now covered in leaves.
Do what I did yesterday. Went out and raked them off the catch basin.
What happens if...
Seriously, I mean, you have to be cognizant of your own responsibilities at your own home.
I'm cognizant of the wetlands, and not everybody is cognizant of their own responsibilities.
What happens
and not
if-
everybody is home all the time.
That's true. So if you're suggesting then if we reached a point of exceeding the top of the 6-inch curve that's around the driveway, and then what happens? Then it will,
Well, what happens to the water?
then it would overflow and follow down along the northern side of the home. And we try to avoid that, of course. Like I said, we do have some contingencies built into it. We have 3 catch basins. For what it's worth, there's no space and there are no trees currently in the north side, so I suspect that the catch basins will stay clean. In the event that there are some leaves blown in from Valley Road, then we'll have to be aware of the fact that we do have 3 options for water entering the surface, into the system. You'll notice that those catch basins are all the same elevation.
And how much of a reduction in consumption of the buffer would we have if the house were 4 bedrooms instead of 5? How much less footprint would we have if the house was 3 bedrooms instead of 5?
I can't answer that question. I'm not prepared to answer that. But what you're
There seem to
suggesting
be
is that what if the
viable
house was
alternatives.
smaller?
They seem to me to be viable alternatives that might have a significantly lower impact on the wetland than what is proposed.
If I may, with regards to footprint in bedrooms, I don't know if it's the bedroom count. I mean, you could
Well,
have
it's a
5
footprint.
tiny
It's
bedrooms.
a footprint.
Right, it's the
It's-
footprint is what is
Thank
driving
you.
the consumption of the lot.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So personally, I'd like to see that kind of an analysis that shows the difference between the number of, or the amount of footprint and the impact on the wetland.
Taking note. Any other questions?
Okay. Other agency questions at this point in the process?
I would like to
Please.
just put in perspective one of the exhibits that was entered into the record, which is the conversion of the subdivision from a preliminary to a final subdivision for planning and zoning. That does not convey any sort of implicit support of an application, which it sounds like it does.
Correct.
Preliminary subdivisions are effectively a pre-application review. The commission has the opportunity then to provide guidance to the applicant for them to address when they come in for an actual subdivision application. And in fact, planning and zoning, part of their directives to the applicant, the commission noted that the proposed subdivision does not meet the purposes of section 6-260A4 to control the layout of lots to protect the environment, and section 6 reference to secure the preservation of natural features of the landscape, setting aside for open space or recreational needs of future residents, addressing the needs of DPW. No dock proposal was submitted. The commission noted the following concerns from the Conservation Department and shall be addressed by the applicant: excessive disturbance, structural stability of the 42% slopes, insufficient soil testing, and the list goes on. So just to be clear that we are clear that planning and zoning does have substantial reservations associated with this that they are expecting the applicant to address.
And that is true. That's how the process is. It is not a final decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. It's proceed to a final subdivision plan based on addressing these issues. And we realize that those are issues we have to address, and many of them are the issues that are concerned by this agency as well. So part of what Bill and Tony were going through is explaining how we are evolving the plan to address both the Planning and Zoning Commission's concerns as well as those of this agency. So we realize that there's more work that we need to do before we go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. But one of the big ones was you have to get variances for the front and rear yard setbacks, which are not insignificant.
Right.
And we have done that with the Board of Appeals. I just wanted to test your patience for a few more minutes, because the staff report talks about the information that I provided at the end of August to you on 4 projects on the eastern side of Valley Road, and I've listed them here on the GIS, which all are relatively steep lots. All have been done since 2003, the most recent one last year. And many of them are dealing with exactly the same things we're dealing with here. Putting aside that it doesn't establish precedent, there needs to be a fair amount of consistency in how you look at projects when they come before the agency. Otherwise, people would have no idea what actually to submit. And when we look at those applications, the first one at 273 Valley Road, which was in 2003, it had lawn and retaining wall and level spreader in close proximity to the shoreline of the pond. It was also a steeply sloped lot. 271 Valley Road, they relocated a very large storm drain and the riprap spillway, which came from Valley Road and Cogniwag Road right to the pond itself, and that was part of their proposal. They had a terrace and patio that was 16 and 17 feet from the wetland boundary. 265 Valley Road, which was 2012, again, a very steeply sloped lot. The elevated deck, when you look at it from the water, it looks like it's almost sitting at the edge of the pond. And 215 Valley, which is the one that you approved last year, had cultex between the house and the pond, footing drains that went to a riprap near the pond, and new stone walls and patios in proximity to the pond. And when we look at those, we say, well, we want to do something better. And frankly, I think we got a good deal of interest on the part of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the town engineer when we talked about putting our detention in the basement, below the basement within the house. Because we were wondering, okay, we understand if there's a level spreader and it's close to the edge of the pond, there could be erosion, there could be impact to the wetlands. Can we take advantage of this space in the house that we're not using that would be a huge void and somehow improve the plan from a drainage standpoint? Those are the kinds of things we're looking at. Those are the kinds of things we will continue to look at. We think that is something innovative that could be used in other projects. There are a few things that I picked up that we need to address when we come back to you. One is a daylight study and an example of how the vegetation under the deck would be able to flourish. Checking on the dock, whether it is as existing is permitted. Providing some access from the existing house to the pond and how that would be handled, how to deal with eradicating the invasives, which we didn't quite touch on as much, how we maintain the pervious pavement, whether we can cantilever the deck and eliminate or bring back in the pillars supporting the deck, further analyzing the design of the foundation so that we minimize any impact of construction on the water side of the foundation, how we provide for worker parking and spell out the phasing in a more detailed fashion so that we know that we're providing for adequate staging areas and parking areas. And looking at the overall design of the house itself. So those are the things that we will look at and that we will come back to you with and continue to work on developing a plan that we can all support.
I think alternatives was missing from your list.
That was sort of worked into it.
Be explicit about that, please.
Yep.
It is a requirement.
Well, you know, when I look at it, if we can come up with a plan that is not having any impact on the wetlands, I'm not sure we need to be coming up with a
Mr. Hagney, with all due respect, we're back to the debate we had with the last one, which is an engineered solution equal to nature? And to my way of thinking, it's not, can't be. It can get close, perhaps, but it's not going to be the equivalent. And if you can reduce the footprint of the house and leave more nature behind, then you've minimized or reduced the impact. So that should be an alternative.
We'll certainly review that with our client and with our architect.
And I'd like to see the alternative spelled out.
Certainly.
I think an earlier application this evening was actually a good indicator of what is expected.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Public questions, comments on this application? Please.
I'll be quick, I know it's late.
It's early for us.
I know. I'm their neighbor, Chris Graves. I'm in 241 Valley Road. Live right next to them. I asked Mr. Hagney and Tom and Francesca if I could come. I know it's a little bit awkward at Wetlands to have your neighbor come and talk, but it's
Happens all the time.
A voice of support. Obviously, I've had vested interest in what's going on here, paid really close attention. Actually met the engineer, not quite well dressed like that, with an auger, over watching him do some things and listen to what the plan was. I come from Chesapeake Bay estuary back in the 70s and 80s. I know what happens when this does not happen. It was horrible. We would watch construction. I lived on the water there, and mud and all the other stuff that goes on. So I have a lot of vested interest in, and I know what good looks like. My wife and I are regular kayakers. We go up and down the river all the time. We watched a lot of these. Our Zeno house, I think it's 215, watched that being built. Watch how good engineering, I hear what you're saying, engineering does not replace nature. I get that, but good engineering does mitigate it. And you can see that with some of the construction that's going on. 93 Valley Road, I think it was as well, goes right up to the water. And they did a pretty good job, from my observation, non-scientific, no testing, of actually keeping it clean. You don't have that kind of runoff going off, and it seems to be in space there. I would like to address one thing with the parking. We have, I am the neighbor. Right now, I'm using their land to stage some stuff for some work we're doing right now, cleared by wetlands. And obviously, I've already made the agreement with them to offer the same to them. That's 3 spaces already out of the way of workflow. And there's some other things that we would totally be on board with helping them mitigate that as well. And
Okay.
that covers it all. But we're for it. We'd like to see it happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? No?
That's unusual.
Closing remarks?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will see you next month. Okay. Does anyone need a 2-minute bio break? I do. Okay, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back at it.
Well, see you tomorrow morning at 7:30?
I'm not sure at this point. I may not make the 7:30.
We got a hard hat with your name on it, Jack. Jay's on the building committee at the library.
So we got to walk through the construction.
Gonna walk through the construction site.
You're a glutton for punishment tonight, aren't you?
Third time's gonna be a charm.
Well, ooh.
I thought something was different. It didn't look like our microphones.
This is old technology.
Sure is.
So we actually put them extras here, and if we have people that are not interested.
You need a 26-foot sailor.
Yeah, no, that's sailor. Hey, donate it.
I wish I could.
We streamed it to Peter Linderoth's.
If you got it to me about 5 years ago, I should.
Okay.
Sold their souls to the devil. I can't believe those last two.
I know. Well, unfortunately, we kind of set the precedent on three of those other things. There's multifamily.
Well, the problem is that we don't have really good grounds to say no.
No, they say there's no impact.
Yeah. Of course.
I'm not accustomed to these meetings. I'm a realtor, so I'm fascinated by what's going on, but I'm here for a personal reason. And I just want to know, when what I'm interested in comes up, will I be allowed to say something? I'm a neighbor.
Yeah, are you interested in the first two, or the two 600s?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
a
I mean,
neighbor
what
there.
we'll do is, there's going to be consent approvals. I'm going to pull those 3 and 4 out, and we'll talk about those separately right afterwards, if you want to say, add something to the record.
So you'll follow this
Yeah, we're going to
list
do
and
the
then you'll-
consent, so what I'll do is I'll say, I'm going to do a consent approval for 121 and 123. We're going to hold off on 125 and 126. We're going to discuss briefly, and we'll take it to a vote
Okay.
here.
Great.
Okay, or else Bob can, and staff can respond to your, do you have a concern or something?
Great.
But staff felt,
I just
yeah,
have comments about it.
okay, because staff felt if they put it on consent, they felt it was kind of a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah.
For approval, that's why it didn't, it was a consent, considered a consent approval as opposed to on the regular agenda. But we can pull
So
it.
when I'm listening to what has gone on before, is that normally, does that happen and then these guys will get to the consent?
No. Consents are things that are straightforward, and the staff has already worked through the implications, so it's nothing that we need to, the public hearing pieces are the ones that have significant impacts, potential impacts, or public interest. And so those are pulled out and made a public hearing, which everything's on the record and whatnot. And then the other ones are just straight discussion within the agency. So they follow different rules.
So on these things, there was a public hearing?
No,
Or there hasn't been?
because it wasn't.
we weren't notified. I've been watching it, really haven't had a lot of.
Well, if there was,
Mr. Hagan.
if you did a petition with a certain number of people, you could petition to make it a public hearing, or if we think that there's major impact, potential for major wetland impacts, we would make it a public hearing. But those are really for applications that have, bigger impacts to the public or to wetlands. But we're going to pull those 2 out so you can make your comments and we
This has been a
can
real day
respond
of
to that.
learning for me because the realtors are on their continuing education.
Oh, okay.
And I had ethics this morning, and now I'm getting wetlands tonight.
There we go, it's a big one. Okay.
All right, what are we doing next?
Family in that one house, whether you're renting it for a month, a year, or a day, there's no regulation that prevents it.
But if you had a private, let's say that, just hypothetically.
Okay. We are moving on to consent approvals. I'm going to pull out number 3 and 4 separately because there's some public comment that we want to go over. So the first 2 are 2019-121, 15 Stonebrook Lane, and 2019-123. Are there any agency or public questions regarding those 2 applications? No? Okay, may I have a motion then? Motion to approve. There's a second? All in favor? Aye. Aye, okay. So then we are going to move on to 2019-125, and I think I can bundle the 2 together along with 2019-126, 600 North Street Lot 2 and 600 North Street Lot 3. These were scheduled for consent approval. However, I am going to welcome public comment, and then Mr. Brower can respond if need be. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Should
I
we have
did,
Pat
second.
go through
Um,
Oh,
First-
unless, I'm sorry, hold on. Pat, did you want to do any, did you want to talk to these before we take public comment? Or Bob?
Right, I'm very quickly, there were permits issued in 2017 for both, the development of both of these lots. Those permits, the work has begun, but the permittee let the permits expire. So
Okay.
they're just basically reapplying to complete the work that was approved. At this point, these two lots are the ones that are further into the subdivision. They have retaining walls around the development envelopes. So a lot of the sort of like most touchy site work's been done. And, you know, they still need to build the housing. But, I recommend the agency issue permits. They're not getting any closer to the wetlands. They're not really doing anything, beyond what they were approved to do.
Okay, very good. Welcome. If you would like to speak to wetlands impacts, be happy to hear.
First of all, most impressed with your endurance this evening. It's pretty impressive at this hour. Listen, I appear before you today as a...
Just your name for the record, please.
I'm just coming to that.
Okay.
As a concerned resident of Greenwich for more than 30 years, my name is Robert Nolan.
Okay.
And have been the owner of property at 602 North Street, which abuts these two proposed lots, for the last 27 years. And I think what befuddles us, and the reason for my appearance this evening, is that this whole project dates well before 2017, as Mr. Clousey knows. But most importantly, we're befuddled because there has been a pattern of inactivity over more than 4 years. And within that inactivity seems to be a lack of regard, I don't know how else to put it, for the permitting process, and I would even say for the activity required by time frame within those permits. Now, I'm dumbfounded by what appears to be an accommodation to a building group that seems to have this behavior pattern that is of neglect. That's the best way to put it. And how would I even know that? Well, harken back to October 2015, when we were awakened by the noise of clear cutting the 11-acre parcel next to our property. And lo and behold, we hadn't been noticed. At least I had never received notice that this was going to occur, so we checked downtown, and lo and behold, there was no permit standing that permitted clear cutting at that time. So the town came out and shut down the effort. There was also, then I guess some representative came and put forward a new application for a permit, and put forward a check. Back then went to clear cut. A couple of days later, town comes back out, shuts it down again. Apparently the check had bounced. I mention these events because there's a pattern of behavior that you'll hear. In 2017, I wish I had the exact dates, I don't. I appear here, as I said, more as a concerned resident. Suddenly, big dump trucks were appearing at the property next to us and dumping landfill. No notice. But the landfill now still sits 2.5 years later on a 30-foot mound that's become overgrown with grass. Why would I care? Well, because it's very close to our property line. Secondly, the grade of the property itself that these lots sit on is quite severe. And the water runs down the hill, now aided and abetted by Macadam Road, but no homes, and it lands in some containing base, it's not a foundation, in which standing water collects. So in 2018, we reached out to the town, we said, gee, we have a green pond next to us, don't know why it's green, but would like to know if someone's gonna come out and test the water. To my knowledge, never done. Because the answer we got back, and we have the email, which said that you have the builders have a valid public works permit and a valid wetlands permit, and they're entitled to act as they do. So fine. So then this year, in the summer of 2019, same thing, standing water in this container. And now I am concerned, and I call again, and this time talk to wetlands, and say, you have this concern about infectious mosquitoes. We have a base of feet of water in a standing pool next to our property. Does anyone care? And I want to come back to the landfill for a second, because it was dumped, it remains in the various spots where it was dumped. Not been spread, not to my knowledge, serving as landfill, but rather the Himalayas of North Street at the moment. The reason I'm concerned by it was when it was dropped off, we asked, had the soil been tested before it was put on that property? Why would I care? It's not my property. So I said it's near the property line and we share an aquifer. I'm a well-based system. That property used to be owned by the prior owner of our property. Again, no sufficient answer. I don't know whether I'm supposed to go test that water alongside mine, but no one's testing the soil and it sits there. And I just wonder, at what point do we step back and say, okay, there's a pattern of behavior here and nothing has been built in over 4 years. It's not only an eyesore, I worry that's a nuisance. I know it's a direct nuisance to me. I do worry about the health concerns. And I'd like someone to address it in a more wholesome fashion. So tonight, they don't have an existing wetlands permit. So they don't get an automatic extension. And I would ask each of you to take your time in considering this permit. It's not perfunctory, and it shouldn't be, because to do so ignores all of the pattern of behavior for the last 4 years. And you haven't had to live with it. Yes, I have directly. But I pointed out the different arenas in which they have not complied to my way of thinking with any proper behavior. So with that said, I would love you to take your time in, with regard to this particular permit. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Did you want to?
So my name is Jeannie Barton, and I've lived at Redcoat Lane for 30 years.
Okay.
Redcoat Lane abuts this property that we're talking about, and I'm representing 4 homeowners, counting me and my husband, about what we see going on there. And we wrote a letter, sent it to Wetlands, and I just sort of want to reinforce what's in that letter. We were concerned because we all can see into this green belt that just on the edge, on part of the green belt is this development. We'll be able to see the scar in the land and so on. It's sloping significantly from North Street down to the wetlands and to our backyards. So we sent a letter asking that the vegetation be protected as much as possible and that the wetlands be protected because the water flows through there and flows through I guess I'm not sure of the flow of the water, but there is a stream and it affects all of our yards for 4 lots. That's all. I just wanted to bring that up to the agency's
Okay.
awareness.
Great. Thank you. Okay.
And your letter was distributed to the agency members before tonight's meeting, so.
Yeah. Yeah, we have copies of it here. Okay. Mr. Brower, would you like to address any of these concerns?
Yes, good evening, Eric Brower. We were working in accordance with the approved permit. There was a subdivision approval that was granted by this agency and subsequently permits for the 3 individual lots. And due to not updating our records with current mailing address, unfortunately for the sake of 30 days or so, the courtesy notice that comes out from the agency staff was sent to an old address. By the time it was rectified, the period for the permit had expired. So it was an internal mistake on our part. We acknowledge that. Obviously, our intent was to continue to work along on this. The way the subdivision was laid out, as Bob explained, is there's slopes that go down towards the river here, and the way the approval was granted was with a very detailed construction phasing plan. And your permitting required that all of these downhill retaining walls that elevate the individual plateaus for these houses be constructed first, that all the utilities be installed, and the drainage that's related to the roadways be installed, which has been done. So the runoff now from the road base is collected by catch basins and put into the subsurface retention facilities. We have these two basins here, which again are part of the approved construction phasing plan, that serve as sediment basins to collect the water until such time as the houses are built, and then the individual retention for each of the homes is constructed. So everything has been going according to plan. We've met with the staff repeatedly over the last couple of years to ensure that all of our pre-construction permit requirements have been met. There's been continuous monitoring of the erosion controls, the effectiveness of the erosion controls, the basins themselves. We were alerted by staff that one of the basins had not been pumped out. We were working on a 2-week cycle or after a rain event to make sure that we didn't have mosquitoes populations occurring in these sediment basins, and that was their purpose, is to control the stormwater and have it released properly. So the disturbance, the outer limit of the disturbance has been completed. All of those construction features are in place to hold the site. As I said, the drainage for the roadway is in. There will be more plantings that will take place on the slope prior to a CO for any of the houses. That's part of the permit conditions. And in terms of buffering and where the stream is that the neighbor was speaking about, it's just at the very eastern side of the property. This subdivision, when it was approved, as far as protection goes, has 34.8% open space as opposed to the minimum 15%. The sensitivity to this area, protecting it, were all things that were acknowledged and explored in detail by this agency years ago. So we have a 50-foot upland buffer that's within a conservation easement, no disturbance zone. This storm, the runoff that comes through this stream system has been stabilized with check dams. So it's a very thorough review process, and it's just that we're now getting to the point where we can make application for the houses. We had to do all of this, the site work, the pre-construction work, prior to being able to apply to the building department. We're about now finishing up with the staff. So there's the stockpile, I think, is what's being referred to, is there is a large pile where we have the topsoil that's been mounded up. That's what is, quote, stockpiled on the property. And the only thing that I would point out that Mr. Nolan left out of the process is that we have been in touch with his wife and through emails and phone conversations, and they did complain about this unsightliness of it, and we agreed and put up at our own expense fabric fencing, tan fencing, in order to screen the view from their house, which looks down onto the site. So except for the time frame, we've been trying to be good neighbors and have been responsive to them.
So, excuse me, all that topsoil came from the site?
Yes.
Would they give you us a representation that that in fact is the case?
That
As a part of a special condition?
That would be, I can have the site manager confirm that, yes.
Okay.
Because
Because if anything came from off-site, it would have to be tested. But I think we need to get a representation.
Well, that pile that's there now is, well, I'll confirm that for the site. When the, after the subdivision was approved and prior to the construction that took place on this, a permit was taken out through the highway department for fill to provide the construction road, the base for this road that called for fill. So in order to accommodate the future construction, that part of the project was permitted first. And the material that for that site, that came from Soundview Avenue Soundview Drive, right around the corner where the condos were just recently completed up on the top of the hill. So that was all reviewed and permitted through P&Z and DPW through a fill permit, as well as through the agency staff.
What about the standing water that Mr. Nolan pointed out?
That was an oversight on our part, and as far as I know, we've been in compliance with keeping the pond down to avoid any mosquito growth.
Well, at this time of year, we're beyond that, fortunately. However, what is the likelihood that we'll see significant movement on the construction of the houses by the time spring rolls around and we have another mosquito issue?
I would hope we'd be well underway. We're down to the point where we're now discussing with the engineering division the bond. They require a bond before they will give a final sign off. It's not a road, it's a shared driveway, but they've applied that standard to it. So we're finalizing those details with DPW, and I think we're in good standing in terms of wetlands compliance at that point in order to get the sign off for the individual lots.
And Bob, you're comfortable that there are no wetland impacts on the site at this point, in terms of everything is stable?
The perimeter erosion controls appear to be in good shape. The plateaus they've created with the retaining walls, kind of level things out. They've got, yeah, I mean, it looks okay. It's a little bit overgrown, because it looks like they haven't been actively working the site lately, but that also helps stabilize things.
Right. Okay. Any agency questions, things to add?
I would just, I appreciate the Nolan's frustration with the amount of time, and I know they've spoken with a number of agencies in town hall. Unfortunately, certainly for our regulations, there's nothing from an enforcement perspective that we can make somebody do something with regards to if a permit gets started, and as long as the site is stable, we can't take issue with make them build, and I appreciate that that's frustrating, but it's just not within our power to compel somebody to build, even if they've started the site, as long as the site is stable.
How much of a bond do we have in hand?
10,000. Yeah, it's about 10,000 each lot.
Each lot? So we have a $30,000 bond, $30,000 bond?
10,600.
No, but there are 3 lots.
Yeah, I think we have a big bond.
Oh, I see, for that.
On the other one, because there's no wetlands anywhere near it.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good. Any other public comments at this point? You can, for 1 sec, if it's specifically related to wetlands issues.
Well, the question's a quick one. The landfill, is that within your purview? The landfill that was brought from the other site that still sits there, is that within wetlands?
Mr. Brower represents there was fill brought on the site, but the pile that's there now was the topsoil that was stripped off of the lots, and they're saving for reuse.
You don't think there's rock in this landfill? Please, someone needs to come inspect, that's all I'm gonna say. It's not fair.
But which landfill? The fill that they put behind the new retaining walls, or the fill?
The mound that you see very clearly from North Street, which is what's our problem.
All right, well, Mr.
It's
Brower.
full of rock as much as soil. It is not by any means all topsoil.
It's stockpiled materials. I'll have documentation submitted to staff, whether it's soil, topsoil, rock, it's from the site.
Okay, well, then, I'm going to say one more thing. If it turns out that is either brought in from off-site or mixed with material that was brought in from off-site, I would like, the original permits had a condition that said fill brought on site has to be tested. So that fill should be tested if it's not completely native to the site. Please.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
Understood.
please, for the agency to add that as a condition or an understanding.
Right, so we need representation that it either is or is not 100%.
Documented or tested.
Untested, okay, very good.
Time limit on how, by when it's to be tested and brought in?
Well, when we have the documentation as to, testing as to whether it's 100% on-site versus mixed with off-site, then we can require testing within 30 days. Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to approve with the additional condition that we have confirmation of the stockpiled material, the origin of the stockpiled material on site, and if it is contain anything that is from off-site, that it be tested within 30 days and submitted to the agency.
I can second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay. Pending applications. Pending applications, first one is 2019-086, 16 Lakeview Drive, SC Minor and Company, Inc. for Marino Lozano for maintaining existing walkway and stairs to a dock located in the Mayanis Pond.
Okay, so this is an application that was a result of a violation that occurred in July 2018. It involved unauthorized construction of a stone path, steps, and a wall on a slope adjacent to a wetland and pond on an open space parcel. It also included an unauthorized floating dock on the Mayanis Pond. The owners would like to amend the portions of the concrete stone steps with a more naturalized looking stones for the stairs. In the open gaps, they're proposing to plant vegetation, such as native grasses and plants. The stone retaining wall that currently exists there is proposed to be removed and replaced with detached boulders that run parallel to the existing stairs. The extent of those boulders proposed still exceed what would have been necessary to create a pathway with the least amount of disturbance to the slope. Plan should be provided that further revised, the plan should be provided that shows us minimized disturbance. We did receive one tonight. I very briefly looked at it. We can come back to that. A wood chip path was something that was suggested, using staked logs in steeper areas to maintain the wood chips and create a level walking area. That would be a feasible alternative to the current proposed conditions. A tentative resolution had been reached with Planning and Zoning Commission regarding the deed of restrictions for the open space. They would like to see a plan that removes the walls and cuts and minimizes the cuts into the slopes, provides a naturalistic path using pre-existing topography. Any of the required steps should be made of large stones set upon or into the ground and should be sourced from the site to minimize any further disturbance to the open space. Provide a planting plan that stabilizes any open soil areas and reduces runoff on the steep slope. The P&Z Commission's also prepared to amend the open space declaration to allow for the path and the dock if it's acceptable to the Wetlands Agency. These conditions are in general conformance with what would be appropriate for the agency. There are some plantings that are proposed, a variety of 62 shrubs, along with a variety of herbaceous vegetation is proposed along the path. The plant sizes should be revised to reflect shrubs a minimum of 3 to 4 feet in height. Any plantings installed should be protected from browsing and rubbing by wildlife. A copy of the recently formed Calabrese Property Association for the open space has been received and filed on the land records. Section 7.7A of the regulations requires that the property owners have authorization to make the application. Authorization from the Owners Association, not just Mario Lozano, a member, should be submitted. The applicant's agent would like to request that the authorization be granted by Mario Lozano solely, acting as the association chairperson. Tom Hegney will likely speak further to that.
Okay.
The dock is constructed, the dock that is currently constructed is consistent with the guidelines for the dock size and materials. And the license agreement to authorize the dock on town property has been approved and signed by the first selectman. Conditions of approval are provided for the agency to consider if the applicant satisfactorily addresses the issues raised above and any issues that the agency might have.
Okay. Thank you, Doreen. Welcome.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman. We're now back on the east side of the Mianus Pond. We have been working for quite a while with the Planning and Zoning Commission. We actually had a meeting at site with members of the Planning and Zoning Commission to discuss the appropriate way of getting to the pond. They agree that the pond is a valuable asset that should be able to be utilized by the 5 lots that are part of this subdivision. They looked at switchbacks and having a longer path. The area that's flat, that's adjacent to the pond, is really here where you have the very large rock outcropping. And this is heavily vegetated, whereas this area was not heavily vegetated. My client didn't need to remove any plant material as part of doing this because this is all along the rock ledge, which was not supporting vegetation. After we met with the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission out at the site, there's a small set of stairs here and a set of stairs here with a retaining wall. They wanted us to remove those and have a more natural look. In discussions with staff on Friday, on the agency staff, the request was to have a log steps with mulch and wood chips. My client and the association are agreeable with doing that. The stepping stones that would be the boulders going down to the pond itself have to have a more natural look and have grasses and other small plants in the crevices. It's taken us a long time to get here. We're pleased to have a plan for you that we believe you can support, that the Planning and Zoning Commission can support, and will allow the owners of these lots to access the water. And I should say, the staff comments and conditions of approval are all acceptable.
Okay, very good. So are you asking us to choose between boulders and logs, or are we looking at boulders?
No, actually, the recommendation of the staff is to go with
that.
The logs in this area and this area. This area here, there's nothing to secure them to. That's why they put in the stone steps to begin with. So that would remain stone steps. I believe staff is in agreement with that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hagney on this? Public questions or comments? Someone like to make a motion?
One of the questions was the authorization through the association. We only have authorization from the current homeowner and not the group as a whole.
Okay.
The authorization that I had submitted in August was signed by Mr. Lozano individually, but also signed by him on behalf of the association. He's prepared this evening to say that he has authorization from all the other homeowners to file this. Would that be correct, Mr. Lozano? That's correct.
Should we have that in writing?
Okay.
And this is not
Well,
a
right
sworn
with that.
testimony, so.
I can swear him in.
I built the association, the other 2 houses, they didn't even know that they have the right to access the water. So I invited all of them, I explained that, not only for the access of the water, but to deal with the common areas that we have in this subdivision, we need to form an association, because the day that we need to repave, for example, the private road, we need to do it all together. So we finally did this, the subdivision is from 2006. Never has been done the association, now it's already built. We have all the agreement with all the neighbors. So yes, I can confirm that is with authorization.
Okay. I'll make a motion to condition the approval pending receipt of a letter signed by all the members of the association. Ken?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Hey, we approved one.
Yay, oh my God. Okay, new applications. 2019-087, 105 Dingletown Road, Grumman Engineering LLC, for Warren and Dahlia Ram, for construction of a driveway and associated site improvements 55 feet from wetlands. Mr. Clausen, please.
All right, the agency looked at this application in August. At that time, the applicant was proposing not only a detached garage, carport, and drainage, but a reorientation of the common driveway. That common driveway has been taken off the current plan. So they're working on the improvements more around the house, let's say. And let's see, we do, my staff report notes that because of the change in the design, we needed a new consent letter from the owner of 107 Dingletown, because there's some work proposed in their access strip. We have received that consent, but we have not received a positive sign-off from DPW on the drainage associated with the carport detached garage. So I would recommend the agency delay this. I think November is the last meeting we'll be able to look at this. The statutory review period will run out, and the applicant is aware of that. Mr. Pop is here as the applicant's landscape architect. One other aspect of the project that is still on the table is a planting plan, both for improving the access way along the existing driveway and the buffer of the southern wetland, but making up for some trees that will be removed from east of the house related to grading. I guess it's grade plane related grading. So that planting plan is also part of the application that we'll be back looking at in November, unless the plan changes again between now and then. But I recommend delay.
Good evening, Matthew Pop. I'm just here mainly to see if there's any questions and to get to listen to the neighbor speak on the applicant. Being that this is going to be delayed, I don't think I need to kind of review the project. But since the neighbor is here, so I'd just like to get his take on it.
Good evening. My name is Gary Silverberg. I am the neighbor at 99 Dingletown Road. I am a neighbor, not an abutter. Originally, when this was presented, the staff report said that the agency should not consider this unless the applicant can demonstrate that they have the right or consent of the neighbors to make the changes. At that time, one of the major changes was to move the shared driveway. At this time, they have no consent to do that. And in fact, there is an easement in place for all four of us shared neighbors to use the shared driveway. And that easement is for the use and maintenance and repair of the driveway and to split the costs of that. There is nothing there that allows for connection of another driveway. That would require a new easement. And I am not prepared to do that new easement. Therefore, I don't see how they can create that new driveway and connect it to our shared driveway. That's number one. Secondly, Mr. Rom at 105 already has access to his property on the shared driveway, so there is no need for a secondary driveway. It's not a hardship. Also, to modify this easement would require the consent of all the mortgage holders and the title insurance agents. So I don't see that happening either. When the property at 105 Dingletown Road was divided in 1967 from 15 acres to 7 2-acre lots, the owners applied for and received 2 variances, numbers 4535 and 4536. The granting of these variances allowed the properties to be developed with a scheme of development that otherwise would have been lost. All 4 of the neighbors, including Mr. Rom, bought on this shared driveway with the current setup and the scheme of design. In 1967, the applicant's reason for applying for the variance included, and these references are taken from variance 4535, to preserve the existing driveway and make it a shared driveway. That's transcript paragraph number 4. To preserve the trees and stone gutters, transcript paragraph number 5A1. To preserve a rock outcropping to the north end of the shared driveway, transcript paragraph number 5A2. And to preserve the buildings as they were, quote, because of its attractiveness, historic value, parenthesis, no longer building stone houses. That's from variance 4536. They further petitioned that to comply with the zoning regulations would create an undue hardship. Being granted the variance requested would not change the character of the neighborhood, but would instead, and this is a quote, permit continuance of Handsome Drive and trees as is. Yes. Yes. Okay. In the latest staff report, and by the way, I was up in Wetlands earlier today. There was made a reference to the revised planting plan, and I had not seen the revised planting plan, so I went up there to see it. And the plan that I was shown was dated August 22nd, and that plan is not based on this arrangement. It's based on the former one. Came in over there. Secondly, nowhere does it show the removal of trees and other vegetations, such as a large mature holly tree where the proposed carport is to be located, or the trees in the vicinity of the west side of the new parking court. So, nowhere does it show how they propose to mitigate for the vegetation lost when this new area is regraded. They are apparently showing how. I don't see what the reason is for that, but I'm happy to see them plant things there. And there are extensive invasives, including porcelainberry, wisteria, barberry, bamboo, and knotweed. And as Mrs. Sesto pointed out, the only benefit of the porcelainberry is that it's killing the bamboo and barberry. So I would hope that these things would be taken into account and dealt with at a later time. Thank you.
Again, I'm just here just to get his comments, and we'll like to delay it. Thank you.
Okay, in June, 7 trees ranging in size between 10 and 21 inches in diameter were removed from a wetland buffer along the eastern property line. In addition, a tree roughly 12 inches in diameter and a cluster of smaller trees or shrubs were removed from the wetland to the south of the driveway. Both of these wetlands are forested. The wetland east of the driveway continues off-site northward along Millwood Drive and includes an intermittent watercourse. The applicant is proposing to restore the eastern wetland buffer with 3 river birches. The wetland buffer to the south of the driveway is proposed to be restored with 4 inkberry shrubs. A row of American holly is proposed every 5 feet along the entire frontage of the property. Of the original 7 trees removed along the eastern property line, 3 were determined to be older stumps, and therefore only 4 were required by the agency to be replaced at a 1-to-1 ratio. The submitted planting plan has provided only 3 trees and will need to be augmented with 1 additional native tree. Each of these trees should be noted to be 2 to 2.5 inch caliper on a revised plan. At the wetland buffer to the south of the driveway, 4 inkberry shrubs are proposed. The plantings removed should be replaced 2 to 1. Therefore, 8 additional shrubs 3 to 4 feet in height and 2 trees 2 to 2.5 inch caliper should be provided on a revised plan. Since the cease and correct hearing in July 2019, there's been additional clearing, primarily outside the 100-foot upland review area. However, clearing has occurred at the southwestern part of the property, south of the pool and pool house that continues to the road. That's roughly approximated at 80 to 85 feet from the wetland. The vegetation cleared likely consisted of smaller trees and shrub based on the Google Street Maps. Since lawn and structures exist between this cleared area and the wetland, their removal is likely to have minimal impacts to the wetland, but the agency may require this part of the upland review area to be restored. Larger and smaller trees and scrub were also removed from along the roadway, approximately 30 feet from the wetland at its closest, and scrub was likely removed from within the westernmost part of the southern wetland. The American holly shrubs placed 5 feet apart are proposed along these areas. Again, the agency may elect to require a more substantial planting plan. Demarcating stones along the edge of lawn, along the northern edge of the southern wetland, would further help to protect the wetland. This is indicated on a hand-drawn plan that's attached to the staff report. An issuance of an order is recommended and should include the restoration plan as described.
Thank you, Doreen. Is there anyone from the, you, Mr. Minty?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
We can. Thank you.
So, thank you for the time this evening. I was here in July at the initial hearing after the initial cease and desist order was issued. And at that time, I presented a topographical survey which was conducted as part of the septic system that we put in. And that sort of, we went over that briefly, and it indicated certain trees that the report were suggesting that I cut down didn't exist because they were non-existent on the topographical survey. They were basically stumped. And I think you, Mr. Harris, recommended that we meet with the department and clarify what was going on. Subsequently, we did that. Ms. Urena was in the office. I think Ms. Sesto was on vacation at the time. And we went over the facts, and she agreed with the fact that we had only 4 trees that were basically dead or falling that were effectively removed. I mean, that was out of necessity, but we agreed that, okay, we'll replant 4 trees. And I think the fact that we had 3 on there was just a mistake on my part for when I submitted the application. Having said that, there is the other part of the driveway where this current report states that there was a 12-inch diameter tree and clusters of small trees and shrubs. I think we determined that with Ms. Urena that wasn't the case. And I have an email from her. I believe, Ms. Sesto, you came out, I wasn't there, but at some point with Ms. Urena after you came back from vacation. Is that correct?
Yes, I was with Mr. Arena when
That's
the
what I-
violation first occurred. We met with your dad,
Right.
who was very
And then you
nice.
came back again?
Yes, we did come back.
Okay. And so then, I just have this email, you know, I'm sure everyone can forget what happened, so.
Okay.
Just, this was the determination that was essentially made.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I think the issue is on that, the other side of the
Okay.
driveway, the mitigating plan was to basically plant 4 shrubs, and that's what I agreed to with Mr. Reno at the time. So I'm a little confused. as
So,
to the current report.
so I guess the delta that we're looking at here is we have the one tree where there were 3 but 4 required, so there was the 1 extra tree.
Correct.
And then the other area was the 2-to-1 ratio, which would result in 8 shrubs and 2 trees.
Right.
Is that true? And so you're,
I'm suggesting just, I mean, 4, we only had 1 burning bush that was removed. And the area is, you know, quite a mess. It looks like there might have been other, there are fallen trees in the area. You know, we didn't touch that area at all, so. There was 1 dead burning bush that was an eyesore that was removed, and that was the only reason for it. And so we're suggesting we'll plant 4, you know, inkberry bushes to replace it. Although there was no harm done by removing a dead bush anyway.
right, so you're proposing 4, counter-proposing, 4 inkberries and 1 tree. The tree of
Correct,
the,
yeah, 4 inkberry bushes in that area where there was just a burning bush removed.
Mhm.
There were no other trees or any other vegetation removed there.
But I did want to bring up the point that after that cease and correct hearing, there was additional clearing on the property.
Yes.
That included within the 100-foot upland review area.
It was outside the building.
So the area on the, to the south of the pool house and the pool, that is roughly within the upland review area by about 15 to 20 feet.
Yeah,
And then there's
I'll come to that
additional
in 1
along the
minute.
roadway.
I've got some additional support for.
okay.
So that's with respect to that first part of the.
Okay,
Okay, then, with respect to the issue that was just brought up, there was additional clearing within the buffer zone, the 100-foot area. That was not done by me. It was done by the Greenwich Parks and Recreation Department.
oh, okay.
And so I have the work order number, and they did quite a lot of clearing, including removal of a few trees, large trees, along the roadside. And there's a photograph that you had included in your report that showed a before and after. And so that was substantially where they did a lot of it. They removed a few dead trees next to the driveway, along the front of the road, and by the back to the road.
Does those correspond to the areas that you're talking about?
There is a portion along the roadway that could be in the town right away, but this is the first I've heard of this, and I would.
I didn't have the opportunity to come back to the.
And it doesn't account
I would
for.
have appreciated that a little bit more time. I only got this report on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I know it was dated October 8th, but it was emailed to me on Friday afternoon.
Okay.
So I
Well,
didn't have the opportunity to come into the department to say, you know, what's going on here.
Okay.
Because I have.
Well, I think we're kind of past the planning season at this point, is that true? So I'd like to I'll make a motion to delay, just so that with this new information, you and staff can have another conversation.
Okay.
And hopefully this can get rectified and you won't have to sit here until 12 o'clock next month with me.
So what does that mean with the delay? What is?
Means that it stays open, and it allows the staff to be able to react to the information that you just submitted today.
And then one final comment. The fee, I paid a fee with this application, is $1,500, I believe it was. And I requested, I mean, none of this was really intentional with respect to the trees that were on the driveway. And so I requested an abatement of that, especially, particularly the punitive portion of it, three times the fee of $500, which I thought was, you know, not really equitable under the circumstances. And so,
Typically, our landscaping fee for violations is $1,500. So that would be triple for a filing fee. In this
But-
case, you were only, the fee was $500 times 3. So,
Right.
substantial relief.
Understood, but we agreed on that it was $500. It was within the, I sat with Mr. Peter Mangs. And so he suggested that I would come to it would be up to you to mitigate that and to abate it if possible. And I know in the minutes that there have been other instances where that's been done in similar situations, others similarly situated. And so, you know, respectfully requesting.
Well, let me delay this and let you talk to the agency staff.
So,
And you could potentially apply, what's that?
So the landscaping fee should have been $1,500 times 345. In recognition of what transpired in July, we brought Mr. Minty in at a 500 times 3.
Got
So
it.
there's already a $3,000 relief
Okay.
within this fee.
So, okay. That being said, then,
But I mean, is landscaping?
Yes, that's what this is. Clearing is landscaping without other activities. So you're on the upside by $3,000 already.
Even a downside 50 next.
So I just wait until I'm notified by the department for what comes next?
So I think
Well-
it would probably make good sense for, since there's been 3 cooks in this kitchen at this point, to have Doreen, Jennifer, and myself meet with you on site, so you hear one message from the 3 of us, and we're all coordinated,
Okay.
so we can, in November.
In November.
Yes, so we'll meet in
I'm
between.
traveling this week out of the country for about 2 weeks, so I won't be back until November 10th or 11th.
That should be fine.
mhm.
Right.
Yep,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Is there a motion to delay?
You did. You need a
I did
second.
make. Second, all in favor? Aye.
It's a new day.
Okay, sorry. It's, good morning, everyone. Okay. 2019-116, 80 Glenville Road, Jude and Mary Kate Donato for corrective action for unauthorized removal of vegetation and extension of lawn within wetlands. Doreen, please.
Okay. All right, so this past August, the homeowners were cited for a violation that included, okay.
Yeah, no, they're asking to continue it to November. They're going to create a plan between now and then.
Okay, so we would like to continue this, delay it until next month.
Okay, I'll make a motion to delay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. 2019-118, 120 Perkins Road, Rocco v. DeAndrea, Inc. for Burning Tree Country Club for dredging pond near 18th Fairway. Mr. Clausy, please.
All right, this is going to be a hydraulic dredge, similar to what they completed in the recent past on the large pond near the clubhouse. The dredge spoils are going to be dewatered in a geotextile bag surrounded by hay bales, filter fabric, and once dewatered, are going to be spread in an upland portion of the course down in the southern part of the course. Sediment has been tested and is not contaminated. Let's see. And there was a plan that I sent you, sort of a lousy photocopy of. These are printed plans of the buffer planting that they propose to do around the pond they're going to dredge. And so, in short, I think this is approvable with the conditions provided in the staff report. I recommend the agency issue a permit.
Okay, thank you. Tony, anything to add?
I don't have anything to add. Truthfully, the methodology will be the same as the one they used for the main irrigation pond a couple of years ago, and it was successful and neat, and I was surprised at how well it worked.
Okay, very good. Any questions for Mr. DeAndrea from the agency? Any public questions? No? Would someone like to make the?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What happened to 170?
170.
117. 117 isn't on the agenda.
Well, hang on. It may have been an agent approval.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, so, guess what, if he has an issue, we'll get the agent approval.
All right, you want to go to that? What's that? Should we just continue? Should we go to 117? We are,
Well, while they're chatting, why don't we just go on with what's next?
it's under agent approvals.
It's in approval. Agent approvals. It's done.
On a different page.
Well, I mean,
But-
usually the agency says agent approvals.
Yep.
And is there any issue? And
Yeah, is there, did you want to speak to?
What does that mean, agent approval?
Agent approvals means the agency staff reviewed the application and didn't see any wetland impacts that would cause it to come to the main, to be discussed in the agenda. But if you have comments on it,
I live at 44.
okay, hold on. Come up, please come and can speak to it.
My name's Jim Dracos. I live at 44 Rock Ridge Avenue. And ever since the foundation was dug next door, my property's been flooded. And now there's, they want to get a permit to build a retaining wall. And in principle, I don't care, but I would like to see the specifics of that wall. And I want to go over with my consultant and see what the impact would be. And the reason I say that, they constructed a wall in front of that house about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And then in yesterday's rain, my property just got flooded. And this is, my first appearance here, otherwise I would have made more copies. But I have 2 copies where it shows that behind the wall, the water just came up like this, and they just completely flooded my property. And in addition to that, I have these booklets. I gave one to the director and one to Mr. Marucci, showing the complete disregard for the erosion and sediment controls and the water and sediments flowing onto my property. And what I'm concerned about is if, that I just want to know when this whole plan is done, if it does not work, what recourse do I have?
Okay.
That's a question to the whole agency.
That is a good question. It'd be the courts, I would imagine.
Well,
But,
other than that,
yes.
I'm coming here because
Yep.
I'm just asking for some help.
Yeah.
That I put up with this since February of 2018. And you can see, all the pictures in here.
Right.
And then especially even yesterday when this happened. So rather than go to court, I would just hope that if it doesn't work, that, I get some support here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Any,
I would say part of what you may have seen during construction is the fact that vegetation was removed, areas, the building was built, none of the drainage was connected, so you sort of had the worst of all possible worlds with uncontrolled runoff filtered through erosion controls, and I saw some of the pictures you sent, and there were some down silt fences in some of those pictures, so that may have been an issue of sediment coming through in the water that came through. But once all the construction is completed, the site is stabilized with vegetation, and the drainage is put online, according to the submitted materials from the applicant's engineer, they should not have any change up to at least the 25-year storm, which is, I guess, once every, what's 4% storm. So I could put Mr. DeAndrea on the spot since it's his company, but at the point of getting a CO, they have to, their engineer is going to have to certify that the drainage was installed as it was designed, and they stand behind their calculations that it's going to work as designed.
And if it doesn't?
If it doesn't, there's a couple of if it doesn't. If it doesn't work as it was intended or portrayed to this agency as working, we do have some enforcement abilities to require it to be fixed.
To be upgraded?
Yeah, ultimately, it's Mr. DeAndrea's professional license that comes into play. He's ultimately responsible for having a plan that works. We rely on expert testimony, and in the end, the expert has to produce what they propose to be correct. So if there's modifications to bring it into compliance with what was proposed, then that would be part of a solution.
See, and on the wall that was, as I understand it, the agency has approved this wall to be built?
I don't remember how far away from the wetland the wall was, but
It goes into the, I know it goes into the buffer. I went up to the wetlands office and I received a copy where the wall is going to go, but it also says, construct concrete retaining wall, refer to plans by others. And I don't know who the others are. I never saw those, and they weren't on file with the wetlands agency.
those would be structural plans for the retaining wall, that this designer cited the location of the wall but didn't design the wall because you could do it different ways, and the client may want it the way.
But couldn't that wall have an impact on my property? Because where those holes are, where it drains, you know, if I just show you the wall they put in the front, just take a look at these pictures, how it just came.
Well, I mean, it,
Here's the wall they built, and this water just completely flooded over me.
I think there's, during construction, flooding did occur. Post-construction, our expectation, based on the engineer's design, is it will not.
Okay, well, as long as you will go back and
We'll go back.
test the system to see if it works.
So we rely on Mr. DeAndrea's certification that it is working, and if your property is flooding, it's not working. If in the end, when the site is stable and all is said and done, you're not supposed to be flooding. That,
any worse than you did before.
yes.
Well, I never flooded, but I had irrigation hoses there, you know, so there's no question.
Mhm.
You know, I understand this isn't a real satisfactory answer.
It is not, and I
It's been
do
going
appreciate
on for
that.
a couple of years now, but, you know, I do hope that it works.
I hope so, too.
We do too.
Okay. So, let me go back. Okay, so this was approved. We got 2 approvals today. That's good. Okay, 2019-119, 30 Rustic View Road, Soundview Engineers and Land Surveyors, LLC, for Jeff and Wendy Lederer, for designation of a septic reserve area 50 feet from wetlands. Mr. Clausy, please.
All right, the need for them to design a septic reserve area was triggered by their, of this very small residential addition they're building off the back of their house. The let's see, the current septic system's 5 feet from the edge of the wetlands, so if this reserve area is ever developed in the future, it'll be a vast improvement. Now, but, you know, hopefully they go, you know, everything's working fine and they don't have to do it. So, here we go. 2013, agency issued a permit for the same property owner to build a dry-laid boulder retaining wall behind the house. That permit was never activated and expired back in 2015, but apparently the wall was built. Now, I don't believe the construction of the wall had any impact on the wooded buffer below it, but one of the conditions of the 2013 permit was the buffer was to be enhanced with native plantings if the wall was built. So I would recommend that the agency issue a permit for the proposed activities that includes the conditions I provide, and these do require planting of the areas of that buffer that could use some planting.
Thank you. The conditions acceptable to
Yes.
you? Okay, very good. Are there any agency questions? No. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? Oh, aye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Okay.
Why are you still here?
He's probably the next one. Okay. 2019-120, 340 Cognawa Road, Soundview Engineers and Land Surveyors LLC for Yuri Softman for construction of a single-family residence, driveway, and septic system 20 feet from wetlands. Mr. Clausy, please.
Okay, this lot has a lot of constraints. It's on a curve. The adjoining property sort of has two wedge-shaped areas put together. The wetlands are all close to the building envelope as it is. So they have done a pretty good job of holding the existing landscape envelope. Their house is basically no closer to the wetland than what was proposed, existing. Unfortunately, I checked up in the health department and they rejected a septic design that's not much different than what's shown on this plan. This design has not yet been reviewed and approved. I don't understand how they came up with the impervious coverage numbers comparing existing impervious to proposed impervious, because they're claiming that this is an exempt activity as a conditional residential tear down, which means it's actually a reduction in impervious. I don't see how that's possible. Just rough measurements of the plan. The plans don't have a residential landscape limit shown, which I think on this lot would be important to have on file. And there has been encroachment into the wetland immediately behind the house. This encroachment goes into the neighbor's property, and I recommend the applicant come in with a buffer restoration plan, wetland buffer restoration plan to correct this. So I recommend delay on this one.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Welcome. Brian Muller here, from Muller Engineering, working in conjunction with Soundview for this project. So I actually reviewed this from a similar perspective as Mr. Clausy, except I had the fortunate documents that were provided to me that Mr. Clausy wouldn't, as in an AutoCAD file. So I was able to check some of these areas, and yeah, they didn't really make sense from what was filled out on the drainage exemption. I do want to clarify that this project, in my perspective, is not possible without a drainage exemption, so we're going to do everything we can to make sure that's possible. And it seems like I have some plans here that I edited for Soundview, and I have some the last sheet of the drainage exemption that will clarify some things. I don't know if I have enough copies, so maybe if everyone can try to split up here.
Brian, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Do you think you're gonna get an approval tonight?
No.
Okay, could you give me those papers?
Yep.
And then we'll distribute those before next meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Bob.
And I just wanted to clarify one more thing. On the drainage exemption form, it's a little vague with the other portion, and that, I think, is the big discrepancy. Wasn't really labeled what was there, and the 928 square feet, I think, of walls, existing walls that were there,
Mhm.
and then the reduction in walls was not clarified on the plan, so they didn't show which walls were being removed, and certain walls you can't remove because they're stream embankments and walls along the right-of-way that are partially in the road
Okay.
that protect the roadway, which is super narrow around that curve from the properties. You can't really remove those, so the only wall that's being removed is gonna be this wall along the side here, which is about, if I remember correctly, 317 square feet. Also on this plan that I just passed to you, Mr. Clausen, I reduced the driveway a little bit, the entrance coming in, so I tweaked that, and I can clarify with you too,
Great.
at the counter,
Great.
exactly what's going on, and then a mitigation planting plan, I'm gonna work with Mr. Kenny on that. As for the septic design, it's been reduced down from from 5 bedrooms to 4, and according to Mr. Zmarzlak, who did the septic design, the health department's on board with it. He should be getting an approval sometime soon. He was expecting it today, it didn't come today, so
Okay.
we don't have an approval at
Well,
this time.
we look
so-
forward to tying it up with a bow next month.
Okay, great. I
All
look
right.
forward to it too, and I look forward to getting out of here tonight.
Great.
Motion to delay.
All in
Thank
favor?
you very much
All right,
for your time.
thank you. Okay, 2019-122, 65,
Nobody delayed that.
yeah,
No, that's not mine, it's there.
Elliot delayed it.
Elliot?
I made
Who
the
seconded?
motion. I did.
Jay seconded it. We're just moving along. 2019-122, 65 Upper Cross Road, Joseph F. Rizzoli, P.E. for LLC for Sebastian T.R. Gunningham. It's a great name, for invasive species removal within wetlands. Mr. Clausy, please.
Let's see, how do I summarize this? The
Sebastian
property owner
T.
has some
Gunningham.
very ambitious plans for landscaping around this 12-acre property.
21 acre property.
21 acre property, okay, I can fix that. Most of the proposed activities are not an issue. I have had raised a concern about doing the invasives removal, tree removal in archaeological easement areas and open space easements. And Mr. McTighe has provided me some additional information about that. I think he's still collecting some information. I also had concerns about the methodology of bamboo removal that was proposed. Mr. Wellings here, who outlined the removal proposal. I recommend delay. However, Area B is a completely upland area outside the upland review area, and I recommend the agency acknowledge that that's a landscaping activity that can proceed without any formal approval.
We have received a green sheet for that already.
Okay.
Regarding the conservation easements and the archaeological easements, I reviewed the deeds, and I also spoke with planning and zoning, and we need a permission from planning and zoning to do any activity within those areas. crazy. I was on this property in 2012. There was a little bit of bamboo. Here we are 7 years later, and it's all over the place. And so she wants to, the owners want to remove it. And that's why Tim Zwelling is here to discuss how the procedure for removal.
Welcome. Yeah, Tim Welling. I'm a certified soil scientist. Now, Bob and I have talked about this. Now, initially, what I thought was, well, geez, we didn't want to use any kind of herbicides or anything because we're in a wetland or in a buffer area. So I came up with a couple other innovative ways of removing it. But talking to Bob, I think there's a really legitimate plan of coming in and cutting the bamboo right off at the surface, either by hand or by machine, and then herbiciding it, then waiting, and then when the new growth comes up, you come back and you spot treat it, and this could go on for multiple years until the bamboo is no longer growing. And at that time, we could really establish a native planting plan and species in there. Now, what could happen if I went in and we physically removed it? We would have erosion control, then I have to bring fill in, and then we could also have other issues. So I think using herbicide in a very limited way, and one where we'd actually be monitoring it for a number of years, could be a very successful way to remove this bamboo.
So, Japanese knotweed, which has sort of a similar growth, the best time to use the herbicide is that end of August when it's pulling the resources down to the rhizomes. Does bamboo have a similar target date?
I think, you know, since it's pretty much an evergreen, I don't know, it would be probably pretty much once you cut it and then it starts to go back. So I don't know whether it would be in the spring. It would probably be obviously a better time than right now going into winter. So it'd be something we'd probably start. But the biggest thing is the maintenance plan to make sure it doesn't come back.
The literature says glyphosate.
Yeah.
On bamboo.
Yep.
Which is, you know, has a very, it affects what you put it on. It doesn't really linger in the soil.
Yeah.
Which is important.
Mm-hmm.
The area where invasives are being taken out of the understory,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's Winged Euonymus or Barberry.
Oh, yeah, there's everything. There's
The
Oriental,
whole
bittersweet,
menagerie.
yeah.
What's going back?
Okay, now that was, we're gonna develop a planting plan. We're gonna probably put in native vegetation, maybe do some rhododendron, mountain laurel, serviceberry. Then anything that's, if we go back into the wetlands, we'll probably go in with, like winterberry, something like that, high bush blueberry, and then come back with potential ferns. We could use, in the upland area, Christmas ferns and some native wood ferns would go in there. And then the wetland areas, we could use wetland ferns like cinnamon ferns or such.
You don't have that plan yet, though. But we're delaying.
Yeah, well, so I think between now and next month, work on the easements, the issue, and
Well, it's clear we need an application to planning and zoning to do any work in that area.
I see. So then work with me on how you want to break this up, or I mean, what you want to do with it, and give just like Tim said, you know, if you have an idea what you want to plant when you take out invasive understory, at least give us a plant palette, a list, you know.
Could the planting come after the bamboo is removed? Because it might be several years before we can get to that planting plan. I request a 5-year permit, please. Yes, it is.
Not really.
It is Conyers Farms.
Well, okay, all I'm gonna say is, this was a separate subdivision from Conyers Farm.
Well, I'm just saying there's bylaws regarding clearing and
They are part of Conyers Farms, they are part of the park board, they need permission from the park board to do things, they are part of Conyers Farms.
Okay,
So
so,
I need that work done a little bit.
Yes. Yep. Well, I have been in contact with John Harness in regards to this, and the Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Cease and correct order 2019-017 to Christopher and Serena Crane. Failure to meet the conditions of IWWA permit 2013-73. Doreen.
Okay, the record of documents is permit number 2017-73, application 2013-73. Violation summary and cease and correct order 2019-17 dated October 21st, 2019. Permit 2013-73 was issued for the construction of a residential addition and detached garage in June 2013. As part of the approval, the owners were required to submit a planting plan for review and approval prior to being implemented. That would consist of native trees and shrubs to protect and enhance the adjacent wetland located to the rear of the newly constructed detached garage. Also required is the submission of an as-built drawing. We have not received either of these items, and we are currently in possession of a $5,000 bond. The owners have been notified by mail, email, and finally I spoke with the homeowner in person, and it appeared as though we were making progress to get the plantings installed last fall. But with the onset of the winter season, the plantings were postponed to this past spring. The plantings were still not implemented in the spring, and a final deadline of October 1st was set for completion. No plans have been received and no plantings were installed at the time of the last inspection, which was in early October. The owners, Christopher and Karina Crane, were notified by email on October 11th, and and I let them know that the issue would be addressed at this agency meeting. Cease and correct order 2019-17 was sent by regular and certified mail on October 21st, with a deadline for the submission of the approved planting plan by November 11th, and a deadline for the installation of the plantings by November 18th. Staff recommends that the agency maintain the cease and correct order, place a certificate of violation on the land records, and refer the matter to the law department if the given deadlines are not met.
So moved.
You want to incorporate a fine in that, I guess? I mean, separately. You want to authorize us to fine them if they don't meet the November deadline?
How much would that fine be?
Yes.
The full fine?
How much do you need to do the plantings yourself beyond $5,000?
Well, I haven't worked out a plan to know what that would be. But the full extent of the filing fee could be $1,000, so anywhere from there.